Good evening, everyone. For people in the gallery and our public speakers, I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I'll ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 28th of July 2026 Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before Council's meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members registered to speak, that your address to Council is being live streamed and recorded, and you have 3 minutes each. Once your address to the Council has concluded, please remain at the podium as Council may want to ask questions. I note the following people have requested to address Council, and our first speaker today is Lisa Bellamy. Lisa, would you like to address the forum? Lisa is speaking on item 3.1, deferred item authority delegation to standing committees. Thank you.
I don't know. 3.1.
Lisa, on you go.
You're next. Sit down, Norm.
Lisa, are you going to speak?
Am I wasting your time? Do I appear uninterested in the proceedings, like I'm bored? Like I'm not interested in what's going on? Well, that's how most of the community feel when we try to engage with Council. We speak, we make submissions, we attend meetings, and too often nobody's listening. We feel, we are, to you guys, we feel invisible, we don't feel heard, we feel like we're unimportant. My name's Lisa Bellamy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Carry On Progress Association. And I'm probably speaking on behalf of most of the residents of the Central Coast who think it's pretty pointless in trying to be heard by this council. And I have got a lot of examples to prove that point, where plenty of submissions have been put in against things, and this council, especially the block of 8, have totally voted against what the community have so clearly said that they want. What I am speaking about tonight is opposing the proposal to delegate decision-making powers to council committees. Now, it seems like in the blurb of the whole thing, it's all about improving efficiency and reducing duplication of debate, streamlining decision-making. But democracy is not supposed to be efficient. It's supposed to be transparent, representative, and accountable. People already don't feel listened to, and the answer to that problem is not to have fewer councillors making decisions in back rooms. every councillor sitting in this chamber was elected by the people because most of you, when you were campaigning, you said you wanted to bring more trust into the council. You wanted to bring more transparency, more trust and more accountability. This is not what we are seeing. We were excited to see the return of democracy, but less than 2 years later, you're already talking about taking decisions away from the fully elected council and handing them to smaller committees. Like, what happened?
Lisa, just letting you know your time's up, but we've extended.
I'll just like to just finish one thing that I would like to say,
we'll
because
give you
3 minutes is not very long.
But you've got a minute extension.
Okay, I'm just saying that I wasn't going to talk tonight. I was going to spend the whole 3 minutes by saying nothing, and you probably wish that I had of. But, you know, after all, if we're not being listened to, what's the point? But then I remembered that democracy only works when people speak up, even when they think nobody's listening.
Any questions for Lisa?
Happy to answer your questions.
No questions, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very
Sorry, I
much.
had a question.
Councillor McGregor's got a question.
Yeah, question for the Speaker. Thank you for coming to address us. Obviously, the item you're talking on is around standing committee delegations. How would you like to see the council consult with the community and make decisions instead of, you know, what's your alternative to what's on the agenda?
I think that it's quite dangerous that we're having committees that are handpicked by councillors. They could easily be stacked, where just like the people on the councillors on the committee can all have the same feelings about certain things, like private interests, which seems to be a big issue with a lot of these councillors. I think that it's dangerous that the community are not involved in these committees. We should have community members on the committees.
Thanks, Lisa. Next speaker is Norman Harris, and he is also speaking in item 3.1, deferred item authority delegation standing committees. Thanks, Norman.
Well, first, I'm surprised there hasn't been the acknowledgement of country, because what I'm going to say now is I begin with saluting the service of veterans and the vital support of their families, and thank the many, who value our service and to commitment to protecting Australia. I particularly say this for the previous Administrator, Rick Hart, and also to council staff. Now, as for agenda item 3.3, my comment is this agenda is stacked with political intrigue. So my comment response is going to be based on political intrigue. And also, what I'm going to do is refer to the information that Kevin Brooks did at the last election in regarding to the voting. So the point is, I begin with, I've done that. So I declare a conflict of interest as I was a campaign supporter for Mr Brooks at the September 2024 local government election. I continue as the perceived conflict of interest is imperceptible, and my comment supports Mr Brooks's professional, ongoing critique of the council's administration. Now, we're all well aware that Mr Brooks was responsible for his advice to IPART in regard to the council's proposed rate increase. This came from a resident, not the CEO of the council. Now, the point is here, as I've said, the obvious reply is to also focus on stacked political intrigue, which began before the local government election in September 2024. Everyone in the chamber is aware of this intrigue. My reply is expected and overdue. So in this handout that Kevin Brooks did at the election, which applied to every candidate in the whole 5 wards, it said election of 3 councillors. So everyone voted on the belief that we would have 3 councillors represented in this chamber for each ward. Now, that hasn't happened since day one after the councillors were elected. And that could be the problem why this matter is on the agenda tonight. We have councillors in this chamber who aren't representing their wards and representing constituents. Now, there's another thing that there's one thing that I want to talk about, how this is going to unfold. I've got no idea. But the first thing I'd like to recommend is referral to political scientist, Professor Joseph Drew, to provide expert political advice on how councillors will be appointed to committees to ensure democratic representation and compliance with the advice of the Electoral Commission at the last local election. Otherwise, the election was a huge waste of money and resources to be repeated again at the next local government election. Now, I know I'm running out of time.
Norman, we've extended another minute.
Yeah, but the other point is, I know from council staff that this local government area is going to extend northwards into Lake Macquarie. So the point is, how are we going to get representation on these committees from representatives in Port Macquarie, or Lake Macquarie, sorry? So is it going to be a member of the council, or is it going to be a councillor? So we need to question how these committees are going to operate in the future. And at the moment, and as I said, we need to refer to Professor Drew, because he would be the only person who could make an objective comment on how these committees are going to work. Because we can't refer to politicians or even the legal profession, as each council in New South Wales is on a different political agenda. So each committee and representation needs to be sorted out individually as per each LGA. There's no guidelines that apply to what you're proposing for us to get our representation, which we did at the local government election in September 2024. And I actually sort of should refer this question about the LGA to the CEO for further advice, and also to...
Norman, I'm afraid you've had your extension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just wait there if we've got any questions for you. Any questions for Norman? Thanks, Norman. Thank you. Lisa Bellamy's back up to speak about item 3.8, deferred item notice of motion, use of rodent asides by council. She's speaking against.
Okay, hang about. Since as I spent so much time and took so much time in the last one, I'm going to make this really quick. I'm speaking against the use of, it's such a bloody long way to say it, about using cruel poisons to kill rats and mice in the council area. And the main reason is I am a Wyers wildlife carer, and we have to take so much wildlife to the vet to have them euthanized because they're dying slowly and a really cruel death because they've eaten a rat or a mouse that's been poisoned by this poisons. Here is an example of one of them. This is a sooty owl, and this was found in Carryong. This owl is a beautiful owl. It died a slow, painful death. And there's plenty of the other owls and other wildlife that has the same thing happen. Besides the fact it's freaking cruel to the rats as well. You know what happens when they're poisoned with this stuff? It stops their blood coagulating, so they just like bleed out inside. It's really painful and it's really slow. Then they walk around slowly and something like this beautiful owl swoops down, picks them up, eats it, and then slowly dies. Now, there hasn't been much count on how much wildlife has been affected by these second-generation rodenticides because no one's counting. But they're there. I'm seeing them. My colleagues are seeing them. And I'm saying, council, there are alternatives. Stop using this cruel poison. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa? Thanks, Lisa. Next speaker is Michael Hislop and Will Nash, speaking about 7.1 notes of motion increasing and improving beach safety information.
Mayor, councillors, staff, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm joined here by Will Nash, the 2026 Surf Lifesaving Central Coast Junior Lifesaver of the Year. Will is a little shy about public speaking, so he's asked me to present on his behalf. But I want to be very clear from the outset, what you're about to hear is Will's idea, Will's work, and Will's initiative. I'm simply the messenger. Surf Lifesaving Central Coast's core purpose is simple: to minimise preventable drownings across our coastline. We do that with around 8,500 members, including 2,000 active volunteers who put on the red and yellow to patrol our beaches on weekends and public holidays. During the week, that job is carried out by Council's own lifeguard service. Between us, our beaches are covered 7 days a week through the warmer months, and the relationship between Surf Lifesaving Central Coast and Council, including the way we share equipment and resources, is genuinely unique in New South Wales. It's a partnership we're very proud of, and one we think tonight's proposal builds directly on. One of our ongoing priorities is lifting community education, particularly at the high-risk, unpatrolled locations that sit outside our flagged beaches. Over the past 2 years, we've made real progress on this through the rollout of our remote area rescue tube program, directly supported by Council. Will's concept is the next layer of that same effort. To put the need into context, there were 19 coastal drowning deaths across New South Wales this past summer alone, and of all these, they all occurred outside the red and yellow flags. Locally, our beaches saw just under 1 million visitors over the same period, which is exactly why practical, accessible safety information at every beach access point matters so much. Will's idea, which he developed as part of his Junior Lifesaver of the Year application, is a simple QR code sign, no bigger than a sheet of A4 paper, placed at beach access points along the coast. A beachgoer scans the code and is taken to a page with beach safety information, current conditions, general safety guidance, and beach-specific detail like known rip locations, and even pointing them to the nearest flagged area. Critically, Will plans for this website to be multilingual, so it's genuinely useful to the full range of people who visit our beaches, not just English speakers. It draws on resources that already exist and are trusted, the SLSA Beach Safe app and the SLS New South Wales Beach Safety Hub, rather than reinventing the wheel or building a website from scratch. There's still plenty of planning for us to do with Will, and we endeavour to have a full design and rollout plan in the coming weeks, but Will's grand plan is to have these at all beach accesses on the Central Coast. Tonight we're asking for permission to work with Council's beach safety team to place this signage on Council land and existing infrastructure, lifeguard towers, timber or steel posts or similar assets. On that basis, I speak in support of the Notice of Motion 7.1 before you tonight. Before I finish, I want to come back to Will. It's not every day a young lifesaver looks at a real gap in beach safety and comes back with a practical, low-cost, genuinely inclusive solution and then has the courage to bring it to his club, to Surf Lifesaving Central Coast and now to this council. On behalf of Surf Lifesaving Central Coast, I want to thank Will and many junior leaders coming through our clubs across the Central Coast for the leadership they're showing on beach safety. Would also like to thank Councillor Jared Wright for taking the time to meet with Will over the past few weeks to assist him in putting this notion forward. Thank you. Will and I are both happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Castles? Oh, sorry. I'll do Councillor
That's
Castles.
okay.
And then I'll come.
Which is,
Yeah.
yes, look, thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. And a lot of thought's gone into it. So this isn't something, and I obviously fully support it, but so it's not something that's already happening. This is, would be a new sort of program, if you like, that that Will in particular is sort of championing. Have I got that correct, guys?
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, just a question regarding how current the information is. Like, where do you actually get it from, and how often is it actually updated in the app, and who's actually responsible for that?
Yeah, for sure. That's probably stage 2 of our plan. We're just sort of looking for permission to work with the beach safety team. But I imagine one of two things. It would be obviously normal unchanging information at most beaches. The second part of that would be the potential to have a sign-on process for council lifeguards and also volunteer lifesavers on the weekend that they can make note, and these things will be updated live to the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers. Next speaker up is Peter Gillis, speaking for 7.5, notes of motion, community priorities and services Australian Post delivers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having me at this meeting. My name is Peter Gillis. I'm the President of the Peninsula Residents Association. I'd like to discuss and support Councillor Castle's motion to reinstate the Australia Post contract for the payment of council and water rates. The council has costed this service at $382,000, and there's no supporting analysis for this amount, except to state that 0.5 of ratepayers are using this service. That's only 750 ratepayers. Rates are paid in quarterly amounts, so a resident paying at the post office would make 8 payments a year for council and water rates. The Australia Post charge to companies for over-the-counter payments is listed on the internet as $2.50 each, which makes the total charges from Australia Post only $15,000. Where does the council spend the other $367,000 on this facility? The majority of ratepayers using the APO service are elderly, disabled or sick people who don't have access to a computer or can't operate one, have difficulty travelling to alternative payment sites and are at risk when using credit cards. The CEO has noted that the exhibition of the draft operational plan produced only 2 objections to the cessation of the Australia Post service. One reason for this is that the residents directly affected were not aware of the draft and would not have had the ability or resources to object electronically if they had known. The CEO's response to this motion gives only 6 alternative payment sites across the whole LGA and mentions Council's website, BPay and telephone as other payment options. These are hardly appropriate options for elderly and disadvantaged people who have difficulty travelling and don't have credit cards due to their vulnerability. The termination of the Australia Post contract is targeting the most vulnerable of ratepayers in our community. They are being put at a massive disadvantage to save a minuscule portion of the Council's $570 million operating budget. The Australia Post payment facility is in essence a mandatory service for the community, and the Council should be looking elsewhere for cost savings. I urge all of you to fully support Councillor Castle's motion to continue the Australia Post payment option for our vulnerable and disadvantaged ratepayers. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, and thank you very much for coming along tonight and so eloquently putting the case forward. I certainly appreciate it, and I'm sure others do too. Could you give us maybe a little bit of an idea, just from your perspective, what sort of impact you think it would have on somebody if they walk into the Australia Post office, having normally, you know, gone there to pay their rates, etc. Quite often people do their shopping at the same time. They may have even gone with a carer sometimes who they, you know, is actually assisting them with those things, who is on limited hours. Could you sort of give me an idea what you think the impact would be if they walk in and get told, sorry, can't pay?
Okay, I think most of the people doing this, paying at APO, are paying other bills as well. There are AGL, etc., many bills that you can pay at the APO. I live in Picnic Parade at Long Beach, and in front of my place daily there are many people going along in wheelchairs and pushers, etc., and they're all headed for the post, the Australia Post. They're either going down there to pay it or do something very local. Now, those people have very great difficulty just getting on a bus to go to, say, Woy Woy to pay it there at the library, etc., and they're at a great disadvantage.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis, for speaking on this. You mentioned some figures. Could you just repeat what those figures were? I didn't quite catch them.
Okay, now the figures quoted in, they were quoted in the objections to, the review of the objections to the Depop.
Yes.
Okay, and the figure quoted there was 382,000.
Yes.
The CEO, in his response to the motion, quoted 350,000, but that doesn't really matter. Now, when you look at the figures that the APO charges companies, which is somewhere around $2.50, something like that, per transaction. That's not a lot of money. If
Okay.
if you divide that into the 382,000, you come up with $63 per transaction for those 750 people who are paying at APO.
Yep.
Now, those figures aren't substantiated. The 382,000, there's no analysis of that, and there's no analysis of the 0.5% of the population using this facility. We suggest that it may be quite a bit more than that, but we don't have the figures, and we don't know how the council came to that analysis and said these are the figures. But they put 382,000 and 0.5 of the population using
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Can I just flag for the staff? I know I can't ask staff questions, but I would like to get some clarification on those figures when we get to that item, please. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I actually have the figures in front of me. So you're right, it is less than 1% of ratepayers. It is approximately 1,350 ratepayers, and that is, I think, amongst a total of 145,000 ratepayers. The costs are $4.70 per transaction for the person making the payment, and that would be for the rate and then the water and sewer, so you'd pay that payment twice.
Yes, there would be 8 of those payments a year for someone doing that, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be $4.70 per transaction.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, that's still not, that still doesn't appear to be 382,000
Yeah,
worth.
I'm going to have to wrap up because we have to close this meeting before the next one. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on council's website. Thank you. Respect to Darker John Country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and the stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Please turn your mobile phone off or switch to silent. In the event of an emergency, wait for instructions from council staff or security guards. If we need to evacuate, council has 2 emergency muster points, one on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and the other at Frank Balance Park in the rear of the building. If you experience a medical emergency, please alert security or council officers for assistance. Please be advised that this meeting is visually recorded, webcast live and archived on the council's website. In accordance with council's code of meeting practice, filming and photography are not permitted. Anyone observing filming the meeting may be asked to leave. Members of the public in the gallery are asked to be respectful at all times to each other and to the councillors in the chamber. In accordance with the code of meeting practice, any disruptive behaviour will not be tolerated. Councillors are reminded that they have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. Please keep the debate respectful according to Council's Code of Conduct and avoid making statements that might defame or offend. Councillors in the chamber are reminded to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Audio clarity is significantly improved when speakers speak directly to the microphone rather than addressing the room or looking away. Item 1.4, apologies and requests for attendance via audio-visual link. I note that I have received an apology from Councillor McQuaid. A request was received from Councillor Lamont to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.2 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Lamont is entitled to vote on this item. The Council approves the request by Councillor Lamont to attend the Council meeting on the 28th of July 2026 at 6:30 p.m. by audio-visual link, as she is unable to attend in person due to her current location, and notes the apology from Councillor McQuaid. I now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor Lamont. And against, Councillor Eaton. Thank you. Carried. Item 1.5, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Mooland.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 2 conflicts tonight, both on 6.8 Community Support Grants Program, an insignificant non-pecuniary conflict. Firstly, on item F, the Pat Farmer Quicksand Run. Pat Farmer is an associate of mine and was a running member of Team Central Coast. And item G, the Gossie Weekender, I've promoted that through my business in the past. So I will personally manage my conflict and I'll remain in the chamber.
Councillor McGregor.
No known conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Bit similar to Councillor Daniels, sorry, losing my mind here already. On 6.8, Community Support Grant Program, a non-significant non-pecuniary, one of the hopeful recipients is EDZAC Croquet Club, and I am a member of that club. I hold no official position, and I will remain in the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Crowley.
No conflict, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
Mayor.
Councillor Neal.
No conflict to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I'll declare less than significant non-pecuniary on an item in the Community and Culture recommendations regarding the Sister City Edinburgh delegation as I'm President of the Gosford Sister City Association.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Lamont.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Mr Mayor, I have nothing to declare.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
I'll actually just actually have got a less than non-significant, non-pecuniary one with Pat Farmer with the beach run at Terrigal as well. So thanks for reminding me, Councillor Daniels. So I'll not be leaving the room, and I just want to declare it because he was part of Team Central Coast going for the election. Thank you. Item 1.6, confirmation of minutes. So moving. So Councillor Wright move it, seconded by Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 1.7, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters, matters that councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of the standing committee meetings and the notice of motions, which will be dealt with separately. I will now call the number and title of each item that has not yet been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Item 3.1, authority delegation standing committees.
I'm having trouble hearing the number you're calling out.
All right.
I wouldn't want to miss it.
Okay. Item 3.1.
Has that been starred, sorry?
It's not been starred. At the moment, nobody's starred any of them, so we're asking now if anybody's going to be speaking on this, that we start it now.
Yep.
Yep, Councillor Lamont. Yep.
Yep.
Item 3.2, draft place-based strategy for adoption. Councillor Lamont, have you got your hand up for that one as well?
I've just got a few questions. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get my questions through in time this time, but so I might actually leave if no one else is speaking. I might leave them and put them through as through the portal. Might be easier. So I'll just leave that.
Thank you. Yep. The third item, risk management policy and internal audit charter for adoption, 3.3. Councillor Lamont. 3.4, the third item, Hawkesbury and Nepean River management for endorsement. Yep. Councillor Smith. 3.5, the third item, flag and street banner policy for adoption. It's okay, nobody. 3.6, the third item, minutes of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont, I'm forgetting to look. Councillor Lamont, 3.6. 6.1, Gosford Coming Alive 2040 for endorsement. Councillor Walsh. 6.2, investment management policy for adoption. Nobody?
No.
Oh, sorry. Tender for Colongra Sporting Facility Development request to appoint. 6.3. Nobody. 6.4, tender for recyclables receivable and processing request to appoint. Councillor Castles. 6.5, Code of Conduct Reform, submission to the Office of Local Government. Councillor Lamont. 6.6, Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference 2026 attendance and voting. Councillor Eaton. 6.7, Protected Marine Species Management at Terrigal Haven Progress Update. Councillor Smith. Community Support Grant Programme, May 2026? No, nobody. Last one, 6.9, minutes of the advisory group and committee meetings held in Q4. No. Yep, so nobody's flagging that one. Thank you. Councillors, please advise. I've not got 6.10, so 6.10 will stay on there. Yeah, that's one of the mayoral, it's a mayoral minute.
6.10.
Yeah.
6.10 is like memorial toilets.
Oh, right.
Mr.
please.
Mayor, can I move that those items be done by exception?
Yeah. Yep. That's the ones the ones that are on staff. Yeah, I'm just
that's the
looking.
question I was going to ask.
610 is the
610
Lake
by
Munmora public toilet. You want to talk about that one, so it won't be part of the bulk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, am I assuming that all the notices of motion are listed for debate?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
councillor-
3.1, 3.3, 3.4, 3.6, 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.10 will all be spoken. The other ones will be passed by exception.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all, the financial ones and that, they're all getting dealt with on the floor. So thanks, Councillor Stanton. Moved it, seconded by Councillor Wright. Or Councillor Wright had it.
Okay.
We'll get you the next thing. Yeah, I did it away. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 2.1, mayoral minute advocacy with Lake Macquarie Council. Councillors, in June we welcomed representatives from Lake Macquarie City Council for our first joint planning workshop, an important step in building a stronger regional partnership. The workshop focused on shared priorities including growth, transport, infrastructure and economic development, and identified opportunities for collaboration and joint advocacy to secure future investments for our communities. I thank all councillors and staff involved and look forward to continuing this important work together. I formally move this motion on the screen. I now put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Another mayoral minute, councillors, I would like to acknowledge the passing of James McFadden, a respected former councillor of Gosford Council, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and a dedicated advocate for the Central Coast community through his years of service in local government and long-standing involvement in the surf life-saving. Jim made a significant contribution to our region. On behalf of Council, I extend our sincere condolences to his family and friends and acknowledge the lasting legacy he leaves. I'd like to thank Councillor Neil, Councillor Moreland and myself for attending Jim's funeral. I formally move this motion. Can I, all those in favour? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
So I was going to speak, if that's okay,
Yep.
Mr Mayor. I did want to speak about Jim McFadden. He was a person of long-standing involvement on the Central Coast, and also particularly in relation to the Australian Labor Party. His commitment to the ALP was parallel to his commitment to the Electrical Trades Union, where he was a long-standing president, I would think, for at least 20 years. He left the full-time workforce and came up to the Central Coast and continued his activity there. Always someone very deeply committed to the community. Again, his engagement with the Hardies Bay branch of the Australian Labor Party was noted by all of us. His role on local council, as a councillor, as a deputy mayor and as a mayor, and also his very long-term commitment to the Kilcare Surf Club, where I understand he held the position of president and eventually became a life member. He will be missed by his community and particularly by his family, and I would like to acknowledge my respect and ongoing regard for him and his engagement and commitment to the Central Coast.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to pay tribute to my friend and comrade, Jim McFadden. He was a great friend of many people on the Central Coast and also in Sydney. I think it's important to acknowledge, as Councillor Neal has done, his contribution to our local area, but talk more broadly about his story as well. Jim was from the inner city in Erskineville. His life represented a certain pattern of working class advancement, doing his apprenticeship, working in the electrical industry, being heavily involved in the electrical trade union, and also a very keen sportsman with surf lifesaving and rugby league, of which he made a notable contribution to both fields over many decades, and maintained a keen interest in even into older age. So Jim was always loyal to his union. He took a very principled stance on the electricity privatisation issue, both in the 90s and the 2000s as well. He contributed a lot through his work on local council, but I did want to take the time to acknowledge his work both as a rank and file member of the Labor Party, serving at LGC, SEC and FEC, and in the broader Labor movement through his contribution to the Labor Council of New South Wales and the Electrical Trade Union. He was a well-liked and well-respected mayor on his time at Gosford Council, someone who had friends on both sides of the aisle and provided a good example to all of us for a way to conduct yourself when you're in civic life, in public life, to be respectful in debate, to be engaged, to be passionate, to pick a side, put forward your ideas with passion, but to also see the person on the other side of the argument and to try and build consensus around that. So I'm obviously sad to see him go, someone that I've spent the last 20 years of my life being mentored by or admired by. I admire him, rather. And I also thank him for his encouragement around my involvement in local government as well, and I acknowledge all his family and friends that are missing him now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Item 3.1, deferred item, authority delegation standing committees. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll move the committee staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor, which is option 2. Yep.
Oh yeah, I need to move the mayoral minute, my apologies. All those in favour of the mayoral minute on Jim McFadden? Unanimous, thanks. So item 3.1, Councillor, you put in the motion? Right, let's move the staff recommendation. Councillor Walsh? Is there a seconder? 3.1? Seconder? Councillor Wright? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mont. Oh, Councillor Wright seconded. Councillor Walsh?
So I will speak against the motion. And, okay, thanks. Okay, so I speak against this motion because I feel it's been presented as a question of efficiency instead of a question of democracy. We all could agree that standing committees can play an important role, and you know, they can allow councillors to examine issues in greater depth, ask detailed questions and work collaboratively through complex policy matters, or that could be the hope. And they can be an important part of good governance, but they were never intended to replace the democratic role of the full elected council. That distinction really matters. Throughout this report, we repeatedly hear the words duplication, streamlining and efficiency. But what is described as duplication, I would describe as democratic accountability. Committees perform one role, ordinary council performs another. Committees can investigate, council decides. Those are complementary functions, not unnecessary repetition. The recommendation before us may appear somewhat modest, but it transfers an important responsibility. It allows standing committees to determine whether major strategies and policies proceed to public exhibition. That is not simply an administrative decision. It is a gateway to community participation. If a committee decides that a document is not exhibited, then our residents never have the opportunity to comment on it. The community cannot participate in a conversation that never begins. That is why I believe decisions about public exhibition should remain with the full elected council. Every councillor sitting in this chamber has been elected by thousands of residents, or most of us. Each of us carries exactly the same democratic mandate, regardless of how many people voted for you. When we decide whether the public should have an opportunity to comment on significant strategies affecting their community, every elected representative should have the opportunity to participate equally in that decision. The report also tells us that transparency is maintained because committee meetings are open to the public, and that is actually true. But transparency is not the same as accountability. Ordinary council meetings remain the principal forum where all councillors debate issues together, where the greatest public attention is focused, and where residents expect major democratic decisions to be made. I also think we need to recognise the practical realities of governance. Committees are not abstract administrative bodies. They are political bodies. Their composition matters. Their voting arrangements matter. Their leadership matters. When authority is transferred from the full council to committees, those governance arrangements become increasingly significant. For me, that is not about opposing committees. Quite the opposite. I want our committees to continue doing detailed work that they can do well, developing ideas, testing proposals, hearing from experts and refining policy. But I believe the decision to invite the community into the conversation should remain with the whole council. That is why I would support any amendment that strengthens the policy development role of standing committees while preserving the democratic principle that significant strategic documents should come before the full elected council before being released for public consultation. Mayor, democracy is rarely the quickest path. It involves discussion, it involves different perspectives, sometimes it even involves disagreement, go figure. But those things are not weaknesses. They are the very reason the public places its trust in representative government, or should be able to place its trust in representative government. Efficiency is, of course, important. We should always look for better ways of working. But efficiency should actually strengthen democracy, not diminish it. At a time when confidence in public institutions continues to be cannot be taken for granted, our response should be to expand opportunities for participation, not actually narrow them. Ultimately, our responsibility is not simply to make decisions more quickly. Our responsibility is to make decisions openly, collectively, and with the confidence of the community we were elected to serve. For these reasons, I can't support the recommendation that's on the table in its current form. And I believe that, we need to be consistently framing our position as advocating for a council that is transparent, participatory, accountable, and most importantly, community-led. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Smith. Oh, sorry, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles, can you put yours off for a second?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Sorry, councillors. Mr Mayor, I just have a couple of questions to start with. Could I ask through you to the CEO, who actually provided the legal advice? It talks about legal advice. Legal advice was given, so who actually provided the legal advice?
Council's Chief Governance Officer at the time.
Okay, so we don't have any external legal advice, it's internal legal advice.
By a qualified legal practitioner, yes.
Beg your pardon, sorry?
By a qualified legal practitioner internally, yes.
Right, but potential conflicts of interest, perhaps? Anyway, just speculation. Can I also ask whether any of this report was AI assisted or AI written? Mr Mayor, through you.
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Mr Mayor, I will just speak briefly, really echoing Councillor Walsh's concerns on this move to further erode the role of councillors here and empower these committees, which we know are unbalanced. and not really canvassing the broad range of issues. One of my concerns is the governance and probity around it. So notwithstanding the legal advice provided by Council's Chief Governance Officer at that time, I do have concerns about governance and probity of these standing committees and giving them more power. It is interesting that the option that is being recommended and that is on the motion before us is option 2, where the standing committees get to decide whether something goes out on exhibition or not. So we don't have a mechanism for people, community members, to speak at the standing committees, and the standing committees can also decide not to put something out on public exhibition. I mean, that is an appalling lack of good governance, lack of engagement with our community. And I think the speakers in public forum really captured the sense that this council is betraying our community and the people that have voted for us. And I really believe that councillors that support this are betraying the people that voted for them. They want to have a voice, they want to be engaged by this council, they don't want to be sidelined, and this move not only sidelines them, completely refuses them admission to engage in these processes. For subcommittees to determine that something doesn't even go out on exhibition is an appalling move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont, I'll get you after Councillor Castles, so you can put your hand down. You kept it up there very well. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll propose an amendment to the wording on the screen where it says option 2 to amend that to option 3.
Thank you.
Is that amenable to the mover?
You got a seconder, Councillor McGregor? Councillor Castles, seconder.
All right, I'll speak to it. So, if you look through the report, there's 3 options in there that we've been asked to choose from. The reason why I think that option 3 is the superior option of the 3 is the risk management framework around it primarily, because it's the only one that doesn't come with significant risks. The other ones do come with significant legal governance risks, and that's written it down in the report. So if we'd gone to option 1, we'd completely need to rewrite the terms of references. We'd need to go through and work out what's legal and not legal. There's a series of acts and different regulations that would be subject to it, and it would be entirely unworkable. That was the original intent of this proposition when it was brought to this council, and it's been found to be patently unapprovable on every basis and every metric. The second one, option 2, which is what was moved by the original mover and seconder, also comes with significant concern. Now, if we look at some of the examples of the policies that were discussed as being decided if they go at an exhibition or not, the Town Centre Improvement Program and policy. So that's an area that there's broad consensus on, broad bipartisanship, not only in the chamber but in the community, that we would like to see some improvement on. But rather than including people and working together to build something which is achievable and something which is feasible across the board, we're going to be doing that in the dark again. Now, given the significant issues that Wyong Council had and Central Coast Council previously had with town centre management before having to directly take control of them back in various town centres for various other legal issues, that's something that maybe we want to see a little bit of sunlight on. If we look at the draft proactive release policy, so without any community consultation, you'll be having people deciding again in the dark, behind closed doors, what happens with the proactive release of information. And if there's nothing to hide, why would you not be releasing the information? However, I somehow doubt, I have some scepticism that the report going through the committee would reach that same conclusion. The other one that should be of interest to everyone is the library strategy. You may have seen some media around Albury Council that's currently under significant financial pressure, and they're going through service reductions as well as seeking a 42 or 46% rate rise with the 2 options I saw about in the article that I talked about. There has been a perpetual move by stealth, but also somewhat in the open, in this organisation from some sectors within it to reduce library hours, to reduce consumption, saying that we don't need to bother with libraries anymore. We've got the internet, we've got AI to think for us. These sort of attitudes get promulgated. They are rather Byzantine and they are rather antiquarian, but they do dominate some discussions in the Sky News After Dark crowd. That's not the way we should be deciding these strategies. These are essential pieces of community infrastructure, many of them delivered in the post-war period, and being completely dictated to, again, in the dark, behind closed doors, with no community input, particularly centres that are used by the elderly, our children, our society's most vulnerable, and people who are aspiring for a better life, studying at school or university, to have their fates, their futures and their public resources that have been donated by prior generations to them, decided by a committee behind closed doors with no community input, is patently insulting. These are just a few of the policies that have been put forward. There's been discussion at some of the committees already about whether things should go out to exhibition for 72 days, 42 days, 20 days, or not at all. What's a better option is to have these areas of high interest and of high significance for the region and for the business come back to the full council. I know that there's a lot of angst and animosity towards the Minister and his office for some of the things that he's trying to do in local government at the moment, but he does have a genuine commitment to having decisions made in the open, and he does have a genuine commitment to governance and decisions being made the right way. This is completely contrary to the spirit of where this sector has been heading for quite a long time, and it's going back into the bad old days, unfortunately. Councillors, option 3, and this is coming from someone who is a qualified legal practitioner and someone who is held in high regard within this organisation, is saying this is the one with the least risk, this is legislatively compliant, this is regulatory compliant. That's a really important thing, because if you're failing to comply with legislations and regulations, you're creating much bigger problems for all 15 of us, not just the handful of people making a decision before we go to the meeting and then binding others to that decision and that outcome. So councillors, I encourage you, please support option 3. The current structure is not perfect, but it is preferable to the arcane, stealthy model which is being promoted with option 2 to cut out the community entirely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, supporting option 3. It's clear from reading the documents and taking into account what is best for the council, what is best for the community. We've all recognised that, you know, with some of the issues around standing committees can be problematic, but I think if we, at this stage in the proceedings, we stick with option 3, we're protecting ourselves, we're protecting the community, we're making sure that we aren't sort of hiving off decisions that should be made by the full council to committees, and I commend option 3 to fellow councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will say just briefly, I'm currently doing my AICD course, and having done that, I think I would definitely encourage all councillors not to question the integrity or the professionalism of our governance staff. Secondly, I would say that this certainly is about removing some of that duplication. I think what we've seen time and time again is an argument on a motion brought to a committee, it loses, it comes to council, it loses, and then the rescission motion goes in with about 10 to 15 minutes left before the end of the council meeting, and it comes back again. I think, look, as in my committee, I don't necessarily have any plans to not have things go out in public consultation to hide it from the community. I think we're appropriate. There are a small number of things that can be dealt with by that committee, but it's about not having that duplication when it comes here and we have the same councillors putting up the same arguments 2 and 3 times.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Crowley.
Put my light on.
Could you just put yours off, Councillor Wright? Yeah.
Could I just ask a couple of questions? Could the CEO explain how moving exhibition decisions from the full council to a smaller committee increase community participation? And the other question is, what evidence demonstrates that option 2 would improve governance outcomes rather than simply reduce debate?
Could you repeat that? Because we couldn't hear it. Big voice.
I thought I was loud. Could the CEO please explain how moving and exhibition decisions from the full council to a smaller committee would increase community participation. Did you?
I don't know whether that's a question I can answer. Ultimately, this is a political process. It's about where the decisions on putting on something on exhibition is made, and you know, I can't really provide guidance either way.
The other question was what evidence demonstrates that option 2 will improve governance outcomes rather than simply reduce debate? Same answer.
I think all the information's available in the report, the pros and the cons of the options that are available. I don't think I can add any value on that question.
Thank you.
There is an amendment that's in place that's been moved by Councillor McGregor.
The amendment's what's on the screen, in my opinion.
Yes, that's the amendment that's there.
And that was moved by Councillor McGregor and seconded by
McGregor and Margot, Councillor Castles. Councillor Eaton, could you sit down? I forgot Councillor Lamont was meant to be the last one. Sorry, sorry, Councillor Lamont, you go now. You're muted. We can't hear you. Councillor.
I was just going to, I'm just saying that I have an amendment as well, and I was just wondering how to approach it because I don't want what happened last time to happen. So do we vote on this Councillor McGregor's amendment first, or how do we do this?
Tell us she's got a foreshadowed amendment and what it is.
Yeah, you have to tell a foreshadowed amendment and you have to tell us what it is.
Okay, well, I do have foreshadowed amendment. Sorry?
Yeah, you just tell us what it is, yeah, foreshadowed amendment, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the foreshadowed amendment is basically not to support the options provided in this report and to actually ask for a new report asking for more options that we haven't actually assessed. Because I don't think we've covered everything with this report. The report also actually made recommendations. If you have a look at the original motion, that was never actually requested.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith, would you accept any of those amendments?
No, it's Councillor McGregor.
Oh, Councillor McGregor, sorry.
It's different too.
Right,
It's different to what I've put up. So you foreshadowed it. I'd like to try for option 3, and then you can jump up with your one after.
Yeah.
So you deal with Councillor McGregor's.
Yeah. So, Councillor Eaton, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont, for missing.
That's okay.
All right.
He's not spoken.
No, I did.
Yeah.
I was
We're talking on the amendment.
We're still talking on the amendment, and every councillor is entitled to talk once on the motion and each amendment.
And I am rising to speak against the amendment and in favour of the original motion. Thank you for that support. And I do so, I simply rely on the report being the staff recommendation and the staff advice. And what it says that Councillor McGregor obviously forgot to put to this gathering is that because of the observations about the limitations of the current operating model, that is, option 3, is not the recommended option. And option 2 maintains the strategic and oversight role of the full council but facilitates more efficient decision making by reducing the duplication of debate at various stages in key processes. Further, as the committee meetings are open to the public, the maintenance of transparency is a key feature of option 2, the staff recommendation. With that, I'll move that the question be put, Mr. Mayor, being there's been 2 for and 2 against.
We've got a foreshadowed. So, sorry, Councillor Walsh. Yeah. put the amendment be put. So all those in favour? No. We put. This is
a procedural motion that the amendment be put.
This is the amendment be put, yeah. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh had voted the one before, but take that off because she's now voted for this one. Is Councillor Smith, and Councillor Lamont, thank you. So, yeah, I've got my cast and vote, and I'll vote. Motion be put. So, all those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Smith's amendment, all those in favour?
Councillor McGregor's amendment.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying.
Councillor McGregor.
I've got it written here as well. So, Councillor McGregor's amendment. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and I'll use my casting vote. So the amendment is lost. So now voting on the.
Councillor
Can I?
Lamont gets to move her amendment.
All right. Councillor Lamont to move your first. Can you get a seconder for Councillor Lamont? Yeah, Councillor Smith, thank you.
And could I get civic support to please bring my amendments up on the screen? Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, second by Councillor Smith. That's illegal, but it's given a reason.
Just confirm that was moved by Councillor Lamont, seconded by Councillor
Smith. Yep. All those in.
I can speak to it now? Or?
Yeah. Speak to it now, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor. I'm moving this amendment because I do not believe the report before us provides enough information for Council to make such a significant change to its governance structure. The resolution adopted in May asks for a report on delegating authority to standing committees and for a list of matters that cannot legally be delegated. However, the report only identifies some of the key functions that cannot be delegated and refers councillors to a link for the complete list. Given that these was specifically requested by Council, the complete list should have been included in the report. More importantly, the May resolution did not ask Council to select a preferred governance model. The report has gone beyond providing the requested legal information and now recommends that Council adopt a partial delegation. Recommendations were not requested in the resolution, so why were they provided? If staff are going to recommend particular governance model, and then Council should be given a proper comparison of all reasonable alternatives, not simply maximum delegation, partial delegation or status quo. The report identifies duplicated debate as a problem, but it does not examine whether that duplication is actually caused by the way our committee system has been structured. One alternative is to discontinue the standing committees and hold 2 ordinary council meetings each month. Another is to appoint all councillors as voting members of every standing committee. These options should have been properly assessed before Council was asked to transfer decision-making authority to committees consisting of only some councillors. Some committees have 6 nominated councillors plus the Mayor, while the Governance and Finance Committee has only 4 nominated councillors plus the Mayor. Under delegated authority, a relatively small number of councillors, not even half, could make final decisions in the name of the entire council. While that may be legally permissible, it does not necessarily make it the most representative, transparent or accountable governance model. Every councillor was elected to represent the community. Under this proposal, councillors who are not members of a particular committee could participate in the discussion as observers, but they did not vote on final decision affecting the communities they were elected to represent. This is an important democratic consequence which deserves much more consideration than it has received in this report. Option 2 is also described as dealing with non-binding strategic directions. However, deciding whether a draft policy or a strategy proceeds to public exhibition is still a real and consequential decision. It determines what the community is consulted about, what document they see, and when consultation takes place. The report does not clearly explain how delegation would operate in practice. It does not tell us whether a matter could be caught up to the full council, how disputes about scope of delegation would be resolved, or what would happen when a decision was determined by casting vote. Nor does it demonstrate how much meeting time or duplicated debate option 2 is actually expected to save. There is also an obvious question arising from the alternative of making all councillors members of every committee. If every councillor is appointed to each standing committee to preserve full participation representation, those committees would effectively become additional meetings of the full council. If that is the case, why not simply hold 2 ordinary council meetings each month? That would allow all councillors to participate in every decision. It would avoid the legal and administrative complexity of distinguishing between delegated and non-delegated functions. It would also remove the risk of a committee inadvertently acting outside the limits of its delegation. The community would know exactly where final decisions are being made, and council could still spread its workload across 2 meetings and avoid excessively long agendas. I'm asking council to make an informed decision after comparing all reasonable governance models. Delegation should not be treated as a solution before we have properly examined the cause of the problem. This amendment asks for a comprehensive comparison so council can determine which model best balances efficiency with participation, representation, transparency and accountability. I ask councillors to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to speak in support of the amendment. Obviously, debating the committee issue over the last couple of years now has been a little bit of a stalemate backwards and forwards, and that will maintain itself with this incrementalism constantly chipping away at any ability for the public to engage in their own council. They're supposed to be stakeholders, but the input is minimal. I mean, the other thing to consider here is let's be realistic about how many things that if this delegation had gone through, would have been prevented from being on the business paper in front of us. You're looking at 3 or 4 items, realistically, that are there, that are policies or strategies that would have been able to comply with this option 2 of going through without delegation. I'm not really quite sure of the rationale between hiding away from the sector, from the community, and from the people who are directly impacted by the decisions that these policies affect. Now, I don't want to give anyone a psychosocial injury, but there's been several policies that have gone backwards and forwards over the last 10 or 15 years that have been reasonably contentious. And it's been the input of the sector, it's been the input of the community that's actually driven change, which may have happened the first time, the second time, the third or the fourth time it's come through. But those strategies have never been exactly entirely duplicate or the same, because there's always been a push or a pull one way or another. Because of the real life lived experiences and the real life impacts on the people that are affected by it. So rather than having people making decisions about things that they don't fully understand or they're not fully impacted by, perhaps it would, through our good graces, do us some good work to actually get something out there on exhibition for 20 days. And even if only 20 or 30 people write back to it, one of those submissions or multiples of those submissions, particularly if they're from different community groups or industry groups or contractors, stakeholders that are affected by these changes, they might actually inform some real changes that are necessitated by the feedback. It's not implausible that something would get overlooked in an organisation of this size, much larger or much smaller. No one should be afraid to getting a bit of feedback and a bit of comment. That's really what it comes down to. Our community is diverse, our community is incredibly powerful, it's incredibly knowledgeable, it's incredibly experienced, and there's a lot of people who aren't in this chamber who have a lot to offer, the people who are in this chamber making the decisions. And it's also able to reflect how things change over time, which is quite important. If everything is just sailing through or being pushed through with 3 or 4 eyes on it, by the time the final decision's made, you're not going to get the best outcome. You're better off working with people rather than excluding people. And the culture that is put forward with this option 2 that's there is actually exclusion rather than inclusion. You're limiting the amount of input that the community can have, that the industry or the stakeholders can have, that can actually strengthen and benefit us without us even paying for it, we're missing out on that advice. And there's going to be plenty of things where this happens without going into, like I said, creating any harm, talking about different contentious policies that go backwards and forwards, because they do. They do change for internal or extrinsic reasons as well. When it comes to the principle of getting further legal advice or getting further information, I don't really care what stripe you are or what spots you have. I think it's a good principle that you do act off the most fulsome and wholesome information that you can have, rather than something that's limited in scope, or when something could be perhaps, expanded on or looked at from a different angle or a different set of eyes. There's always something that can be learned from reading a document. If you go through the business papers tonight, you'll find in the supplementaries and the annexures, attachments, the confidential side of things, that's where the real juicy stuff is. There's no harm in going out and getting that extra bit of information. You're better off making an informed decision rather than making a reactive one, which is what we're seeing time and time again. And we're still sitting here debating the structure of committees, which we've already heard are, a bit of a logjam, they're not really working properly. That's a matter of the politics rather than the structure. And that's an intentional choice of the dominant political group on this council. The other people are just sitting here affected by it, like the 350,000 rest of us who are out there in the community. So these are some of the things that should be considered when we're voting on these things. And as much as one councillor or one individual or one political movement, might be trying to push one thing, there are a lot of other views out there. And we're actually strengthening our decision making through looking at those views, analysing them and assessing them. Even if you don't agree with them, that may even reinforce your own argument or your own bias against the propositions that are put forward by the experts in the industry, in the community and the stakeholders. Because a lot of these changes that have been necessitated over time have not necessarily come from the words of anyone on this side of the ring. It's actually the people out there in our community who are doing that. So don't begrudge them or ignore them. Use them as a resource rather than, as an enemy. Look at them as a friend, please.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith, after...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions.
We've expired the 30 minutes, so after your question...
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just two questions. Councillor Lamont raised the question about the original resolution was just to get a report on the options, and it wasn't asking for recommendations. So through you to the CEO, Mr Mayor, can I just clarify what the standard practice is in terms of councillors asking for information reports? Is it automatically assumed that we want staff to recommend an option, or is it, and I genuinely ask, I haven't gone back through reports to check.
Look, it depends, but a decision was made to put a series of options up. The options are available to the council and the council can choose.
Okay, but we don't normally necessarily get recommendations from staff to go with that.
Well, this was, if you look at the history of what happened, there was a notice of motion to take a course of action to increase the delegations of council, and then it was sent back for a report on how that might be done. So you would argue that what that report has provided you a way that legally we have some comfort that you could increase delegations of council.
Okay, thank you. And just second question, Mr Mayor, the report, and look, this is just a question about the report because again, this is where I look at the reports and just am not clear. It talks about the local planning panel as being an example of where council has delegated its function. I thought the local planning panels were instigated by the New South Wales government, not council. Yeah.
Yes, but they are a delegated function of council, but they're a compulsory delegation.
Okay, but council didn't choose to do that delegation. That was imposed by the... And again, this is where I sort of read these and think, is that an AI thing or not? And I don't challenge that as a just derogatory comment towards staff. It's a comment about it would be good to know if that was an AI-generated comment. No, not that comment, but if the report has, because that seems an anomaly to me, that that's not an accurate statement. But anyway, I'll leave that there. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll put the foreshadowed amendment. which is now the amendment of Councillor Lamont and second by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Against, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. I'll use my casting vote against. All those in favour of the motion, the foreshadowed amendment, the amendment is lost. The motion of Councillor Eaton and second by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. And I'll use my casting vote to vote for the motion, so the motion's carried.
Mr Mayor, can I just ask you a question? Is there any limit on how many times you can use your casting vote in one meeting?
If I get tired, I'll let you know. Next item is 3.3, deferred item, risk management and policy internal audit charter for adoption.
Move the recommendation.
Move the recommendation. Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Got a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moorland.
I don't know.
Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont.
Councillor Lamont, you start this item.
Sorry, yeah, I've got a couple of questions.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a couple of questions. The report that in the papers refers to these documents strengthening council's government risk management and assurance framework, while also stating they are aligned with legislative requirements and that the internal audit charter largely formalises existing practices. I was just wondering if staff could actually tell me, or someone could tell me, which practices actually are improvements to the governance framework.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lamont, could you please maybe rephrase your question so I could understand it more clearly?
Okay, so the report refers to these documents actually strengthening or improving councillors' governance, risk and management and assurance framework. And I was just wondering, out of them, which part of them actually represent genuine improvements to governance framework?
Thank you for that. I think lots of sections of both of those documents actually improve our governance framework, although it is built upon current practices as outlined and has been reviewed by the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, who agreed with that statement. The idea is that it provides that strong framework and some structure around some of the activities that we're undertaking. Councillor, you would be well aware as a member of Council's ARIC that we have been putting some focused resources into improving the maturity of our enterprise risk management, and that we have an improvement plan and an external partner to assist us in that regard. This is the foundational stone in progressing that project, supported by Council and the ARIC, and the internal audit charter then becomes the mechanism by which we have independence assurance of many of our functions through the internal audit plan that is overseen by the ARIC.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question. This is regarding the standalone risk management policy. I'm just wondering where, or can councils, through you, Mr. Mayor, can someone please explain where or how council's risk appetite is established and what role councillors have in approving and reviewing it? Like, is it actually documented anywhere? Like, I tried to find out a document or something that might have been available on council's website to actually point that out, and I really couldn't find the process that we went into to actually get to the stage on risk appetite.
Yep, so risk appetite is the next stage in the enterprise risk management project that I just mentioned. That comes after we set that risk management policy. Councillors have also participated in a strategic risk workshop, and that has been used to both define the strategic risks that council would like us to adopt to focus on, and the basis for creating that risk appetite. That is not yet drafted. It will come before the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee at a later date, and then be adopted by the council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everyone, all those in favour? Councillor Lamont, are you? Yep, thank you. Unanimous, thanks. 3.4, deferred item, Hawkesbury and Nepean River Management for endorsement. Councillor Eaton? Oh, it's Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move it. I really just had a couple of quick questions about it. So if I have a seconder, I'll just ask
Seconder, Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to the CEO, I did just want to get an understanding of council's area of responsibility in terms of the Hawkesbury and Nepean River management. Is it just the foreshores that border the Hawkesbury River? That's question one. I'll do a couple so that you can just answer in one go. I did read the report, and I tried to read the attachment, which was the report to Hawkesbury, to whichever council it went to. So I assume this is a version of the Catchment Management Authority that they are talking about proposing, and so it's not clear at this point what legislative role that they will have, but in my view it's probably all good. But is there a commitment or an expectation of funds or anything from this council to put towards it, rather than, or board member positions even? Do we have any of that detail at this point? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Through Mr Mayor. The answer to the first one, councillor, is yes. The second is yes, and then the third one is no.
Okay, so with your first yes, was that just saying that it's the border of land on the Hawkesbury and Nepean? I thought it actually came round a bit to Pearl Beach and Patonga, but is that not true? Is that not correct?
Through Mr Mayor, councillor, it's the area covered by the Coastal Management Plan for the Hawkesbury and Nepean, and I believe it comes slightly inland, sort of 500 odd metres in from the.
Okay, and it's what, about 1 kilometre inland?
Yeah,
or
the issue will be, yeah, it varies, but it's generally that sort of 500 metres to a kilometre, that sort of thing. The issue would be is if there was a sort of a catchment management authority set up, would it have a broader basis than just the immediate coastal management plan area? But that hasn't been proposed at this stage by the Hills Council.
All right, thank you. Happy to go forward on that basis. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. No other questions? Debate? All those in favour? Councillor Lamont, are you? Yep, thank you. Unanimous. Item 3.6, deferred item, minutes of Audit and Risk Improvement Committee. Councillor Eaton.
I'll move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Wright. Any debate? No. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 3.7, deferred item.
No,
Sorry. Councillor Lamont, yep. Councillor Lamont.
yeah, I just wanted, it's not really a question or anything, but I just wanted to let thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that I did talk to the chair from ARIC, and she's quite happy to come down to talk to all the councillors about what's, provide a presentation. So I don't know whether through you, Mr Mayor, Director Racamilera would like to organise that.
Thank you. Yep, Thank you. Councillor Smith?
No? Oh, sorry.
So, right, all those in favour? No, new one. Item 3.7, deferred item, notice of motion and Finlay Place, Battle Bay to Battle Bay Square Shopping and Services Precinct Shared Pathway. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the motion that you see on the screen.
Councillor Walsh, second.
Thank you. I also would like to speak to it and bring up a very small amendment. It's now time to do the amendment. Yep, so basically, taking into account the CEO response, rather than it saying requests a report be brought to the August meeting of council, I would like to change it to the report be brought to the August meeting of the Infrastructure and Assets Committee, if that would work in terms of the timing, obviously. So removing council and bringing it to the next Infrastructure and Assets Committee meeting. Thank you. And I will speak to it too. That's okay. This is a very well-used shared pathway, pretty much as we can see on the screen. It really is one that connects the community to other places in the community, such as the local shops at Battle Bay, the medical services, etc. Unfortunately, it is subject to flooding, and which can be quite impassable and unsafe. And I'm really keen to see whether there's some possibilities that this could be improved so that it's more multi-use, it can be used more often, and it's actually make sure that people can use this pathway, whether it's wheeling, cycling, it's walking, wheeling or cycling, it needs a bit of help, and a lot of work is happening at the moment around the PCY's precinct at EDSAC at Battle Bay. So bringing this pathway slightly more up to standard would really facilitate better use of those new facilities as well. So I commend the motion to fellow councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Stanton?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to move, which the staff have. If they could please display that.
Second.
No, it's the ones I'm through today. Yeah. Thank you. This is just an amendment to note that the draft walking, wheeling and cycling strategy has been within the Infrastructure and Assets Committee in the last few meetings and through council as well, and it's gone on exhibition and it's also come back. The next Infrastructure and Assets Committee in August, which is in approximately 2 weeks' time, actually has a proposed item to go through some of this. strategy feedback. And so as part of that, it would be an appropriate time to be discussing any amendments and any feedback from the community about all of our different pathways, which would include this particular one in Anne Finlay Place. And this particular pathway that Councillor Castles has raised should be considered as part of the outcome of the strategy in conjunction with the other pathway projects across the entire local government area. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Castles, would you accept that?
If Councillor Stanton is suggesting that this amendment replace the full body of the motion that was before you before, I would have some issues with that. I completely note that the draft walking, wheeling and cycling strategy is returning to infrastructure and assets, and that's perfectly fine. But I do think that for me to accept this, I would want to see in there actually mention specifically the shared pathway between Anne Finlay Place and the Baddow Bay shopping precinct as one of the pathways that will be considered. I don't want it not mentioned is what I'm saying. So if the amendment could also include something along the lines that Council notes the draft walking, wheeling and cycling strategy, and that the Anne Finlay Place to Baddow Bay shared pathway will be included in those considerations, I would be happy to accept the amendment.
Councillor Stanton? No? Okay, just leave that here. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Castles. Any further debate? So on the amendment, Councillor Stanton's second by Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of Councillor Stanton? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Neal. Say that again, Councillor Neal. Yes. Yeah, stands alone.
Is this amendment entirely replacing the previous motion? I have the same, Mr. Mayor. I think it's bordering very much on a direct negativing of the original motion in that it goes in a completely different direction. I think you should examine carefully whether you should actually put it at all.
No, I don't think it is. Sorry.
You didn't think at all.
The bosses did. So all those against? Did I do that? It was Councillor McGregor. No, done. So against. So use my cast and vote for the amendment. Amendment becomes a motion. Yeah. All those in favour of Councillor Stanton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I use my cast and vote, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next item, 3.8. Yeah, deferred item, notice of motion, use of rodent asides by council. Councillor Neal, can you put your buzzer off? Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's the motion about the use of rodenticides by council in getting rid of rats and mice and various things. So, seconded by...
A second of
Oh, you
Councillor
seconded me.
Castles.
Thank you, and I will speak afterwards.
Councillor Crowley, could you speaking now? Yep.
Okay. I do note that the CEO has sent a reply to my motion, and I do thank him for it. And I was really pleased to read within that reply that council's already being quite proactive in looking to stop using rodenticides. I know it's a difficult problem for council because you have a very large area, and I won't talk too much on it because we've already been subjected to a fairly forceful talk about it with the inclusion of a dead bird. However, I guess that is something that happens, and it is very, very upsetting and very worrying. Also, I do thank council for already being proactive in this way, but I do encourage you to try and move along a little quicker if possible. As I did speak to someone the other day who actually had spent an enormous amount of money on their dog after it had eaten a bait. So these are the sorts of things that happen with these dreadful stuff that we use to kill vermin. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Smith. Councillor Crowley, could you put your buzzer on? Oh, it's Councillor Reaton.
No, it was me and I accidentally turned my mic off.
All right.
Oh,
Councillor Castles, can you put yours off? Thanks.
Sorry, Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
I'll try and remember not to do that. Very quick question. It follows on from Councillor Crowley's last comment. I note the report says that transitioning over the next 6 to 12 months. So is there an opportunity to transition faster? And I will just note, I thought Ms. Bellamy's presentation was very powerful. And knowing that she's a wise volunteer is coming across the impact of this pesticide on a regular basis. So is there an opportunity to hasten the move away from that? Through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Smith. The answer is yes. We've already given instructions to our contractors not to use the second generation anticoagulant rodenticide, so the SGARs. Any time that they are proposing to use the SGARs, they need to get permission in writing. And it's only if there's an outbreak or something like that at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Just follow up, Mr. Mayor. So I also note that the report suggests that in extreme cases, heavy infestations, there may be cause to use that. Is this regulated outside council? Is that a process of seeking approval to use it, or is it just an internal decision?
There's no external, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no external regulation to prevent it at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reaton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had discussed this with Councillor Crowley with just a few minor changes to paragraph 2 that she said she was happy with, which basically I would just replace transitions as... Oh no, it's there now, sorry. What's there is, it's just been changed, is it? Right, is what I think Councillor Crowley was happy with, so that's all I was trying to do.
Thanks, Councillor Reaton. No more debate. All those in favour? Councillor Lamont? Yep, thank you. Unanimous. Item 3.9, deferred item, notice of motion unlocking homes, accelerating delivery of Central Coast infrastructure. Councillor McNamara.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Second.
Well, he doesn't know what the motion is yet because I'm going to change it. I have sent a new
Excuse
motion.
me, who said second? Or, yep.
You'll second it anyhow, right? Now, the original motion was in response to local government and Darcy Byrne's newsletter that they put out for, I think it was 7 or 8 Western Sydney councils. As soon as I seen it, I said, hang on a second, what about us? So I kind of just picked the notice of motion items that they had in theirs. And then number 4 was about creating our own list. Now, I know the director is producing a report anyhow, but after talking to Councillor Walsh, there's certainly a lot of detail other people would like to see. So my motion now reads that we defer this item to the September Economic Development Committee for an in-depth discussion about the detail of this very important issue. There are many issues about making sure we have enough houses, but one of the bigger issues is the employment in the contracting and construction industry. For the Central Coast being one of the largest employers on the coast. So certainly would like an in-depth discussion, and the director, hopefully by September, Economic Development Committee would be able to bring that that more detailed report to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have had discussions with Councillor McNamara and essentially support the original motion, and I had also submitted a fairly extensive amendment to that. We've had those discussions, and I look forward to being able to work this through more with Councillor McNamara, with the Economic Development Committee, and very possibly also the Environment and Planning Committee. So I won't speak any further to it, but I think the fact that Councillor McNamara has brought it to us, you know, based on the LG New South Wales essentially template, is great, and I thank him for that, and I appreciated the opportunity to be able to expand and kind of add to his motion as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Any other discussion, debate? No. All those in favour? Councillor Lamont? Yep, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 3.10, deferred item, notice of motion, community engagement in major coastal decisions. Councillor Walsh?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did have some questions, but I think that based on our discussions tonight around standing committee delegations, I think I know what the answers to the questions will be, so I might hold those questions for another time in terms of standing committees. But I will say some words in support of the essentially amended motion that I have put through. I want to thank the CEO for the response that he provided, and I do acknowledge that Council does already have a number of engagement mechanisms in place through our community engagement strategy, our community participation plan, the Coastal Management Program, and the Coastal Estuary and Floodplain Risk Management Subcommittee. But again, I guess based on the discussion we've had tonight around standing committee delegations and what I feel is quite a resistance to community involvement and community consultation, lack of community voice being heard around really major decisions is why I want to proceed with speaking for this. I'm not actually seeking to replace any of those processes that I've referred to, and I'm not seeking to create another layer of bureaucracy. it doesn't, you know, it's not about delaying the implementation of the certified CMP. It's really about how we can make our existing engagement processes even better if we actually even want to, and I'm saying I would like us to. As elected representatives, we all hear from residents who care deeply about our coastline, whether they are environmental advocates, local families, surfers, adjoining landowners, community organisations, traditional custodians. They all share one thing in common. They want to know that their voices matter before major decisions are made, and that is not an unreasonable expectation for a council. Community engagement should never be viewed simply as a statutory obligation or a procedural step. It is one of the foundations of our democratic local government. Best decisions are rarely made in isolation. I'm really worried about this now with the Standing Committee delegation decision made tonight. They are made when technical expertise is combined with local knowledge. That's when best decisions are made. Our residents know these beaches, they know the waterways. They understand how people use them. They often identify issues and opportunities that technical reports alone cannot capture. Good engagement doesn't weaken decision making, it actually strengthens it. And so this motion isn't asking council whether it complies with legal obligations. I do accept that we do that. The question is whether we can maximise the effectiveness of those processes. Compliance should be the minimum standard, and our aspiration should always actually be excellence. Strong community participation builds trust. It helps identify concerns much earlier. It reduces conflict. It improves transparency. And ultimately, it helps deliver projects that enjoy greater public confidence. If our existing engagement processes are already achieving all of those things, then the report will confirm that. If there are opportunities for improvement, then we should welcome them. Continuous improvement should never be seen as criticism. It actually should just be seen simply as good governance. One of the great responsibilities of our local government is stewardship, not only of our natural environment, but also of public trust. The coastline belongs to the whole community, and so the decisions we make today will shape it for future generations, and that is precisely why those decisions should be informed by the broadest possible range of community perspectives at the earliest practicable opportunity. This amended motion simply asks staff to identify opportunities to strengthen what we already do well. I believe that it's balanced, constructive and a responsible approach. It supports transparency, it supports community confidence, and it supports better decision making. And above all, it supports the principle the local community should always have every opportunity to contribute meaningfully to decisions that affect the places that they love. So thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for Councillor Walsh? Please, Councillor Smith. Thank you. No other discussion? All those in favour? Or Councillor Eaton?
I'll just speak briefly against the motion, Mr Mayor, and to remind everyone that the existing Open Coast management, plan went out on exhibition twice. There was meetings held, public meetings held at a number of the surf clubs. We now have a situation where we have the committee that specialises in all the coastal estuary. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. It's a bit long. The coastal estuary plan, as well as the environment planning committee and this council. I frankly don't see what further level of engagement the community could have been done in terms of the Open Coast Management Program. We've still got a number of those other CMPs to go through that will go through the same process. It's a very robust community engagement, and I think it is more than adequate.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. No further debate. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Against, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. I'll use my cast and vote, and the motion is lost. Next item. Yeah, after this item we'll stop for a quick toilet break, so we'll get through this one. Item 3.11, deferred item, notice of motion, entrance management of Tugger Lake. Councillor Stanton. Can I have a seconder with Councillor Eaton? Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am moving the motion as it appears on the screen and in the business paper, deferred from the last meeting. The groin at the entrance was constructed by the state government in 2017, and at that time, the New South Wales Coastal Panel recommended that this structure be treated as temporary, short-term, approximately 10 years on a trial basis. And this was on the basis there would be appropriate monitoring to identify and address any unintended adverse impacts. Since its construction, there have been a record number of floods that have occurred in Tugger Lake, including events in 2020, 21, several events in 2022, and most recent events in 24 and 25, indicating that the structure has impacts on coastal and hydraulic behaviour. This has also been confirmed by staff at the council in their monitoring processes. Council officers have made multiple approaches to the New South Wales Government regarding the identified concerns, and in 2020, Council formally requested that the state investigate the effect of the groin on the entrance behaviour and its contribution to flooding Tugger Lakes. The New South Wales Government subsequently committed to undertake this investigation. However, Council has recently received information from Transport for New South Wales Maritime that this is in its very early stages. This is in contravention to the original understanding when this groin was implemented, that these investigations would be attended to and finalised before that 10 years is up, which is coming up now. It's a matter of urgency now that the adverse impacts of the groin are identified and they are addressed. And that's what this motion calls for. Additionally, this motion also calls for formal inclusion of the entrance channel as a key investment location under the New South Wales Coastal Dredging Strategy and Maritime Infrastructure Plan, which guides New South Wales Government dredging investment. This will support improved entrance management, coastal resilience, and community outcomes, consistent with Council's adopted strategic framework. This is also aligned with our recently certified Open Coast Coastal Management Program, which references the benefits of an ongoing dredging program. I ask all the councillors to vote in favour of this motion and get something going for the entrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. We'll just go to Councillor Lamont. She had her hand up. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just have an amendment, please. I just want to know where the councillor. I just want to know if Councillor Stanton will consider my amendments, please. If civic support could bring them up, that'd be great.
Is that them on the screen now? Yep.
Yep. So just to mention something too, Councillor Castle and myself actually did go to see David Meehan a few months ago and did actually talk about this report that is supposed to be finalised, and it is actually being worked on. We actually presented, or I did present some ideas on the groin itself, and David Meehan did actually say he was going to look into it. So I think the study investigation into the groin has actually been acted on, and David Meehan is aware of it, and he is actually looking into it. But these amendments are mainly, I mean, this will get up. I'm just looking at tidying up a few things with the amendment to make sure council is involved with any changes. So it's mainly 3 and 4. And in 2A, that any options are actually considered in consultation with council. And I'd just like to know through you, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Stanton would accept the amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Stanton.
Councillor Neil.
thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Lamont, for your amendment here. I have considered this, and at this particular time, I will stick with my original motion, as it does meet the requirements that we need from a council perspective to be able to progress this matter, and I'm confident in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can somebody be Councillor Lamont's seconder? Yeah, Councillor Lamont, you want to move this as the amendment? Councillor Lamont? Seconder, yes.
There's probably no point. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think there's any point in doing that because it probably won't get the votes anyway.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. So, yeah, original motion, Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's worth noting and certainly taking on board what Councillor Lamont has said. I know progress is being made on this particular issue. Of course, there's no problem at all in asking for, to write to ministers and ask for some more information. But through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that some of the issue here is the fact that the construction of the entrance rock groin was actually undertaken by, certainly by the state government, and the state Liberal government back in the day. So really, a lot of the issues that we're having to contend with here, certainly not all of them, but a lot of them in terms of the groin, really we're having to sort of look at ways of clearing this up with a state government at the moment who actually didn't cause the problem in the first place. Now, I understand this happens with changes in government, and that's democracy, but I do think we need to be realistic about the fact of how this rock groin came about in the first place. No doubt built with very good intentions, but obviously ongoing has caused, some quite big challenges, as well as, obviously for some people and some sections of the community may be quite happy with it. So I'd just like to make that quite clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Neal?
Mr. Mayor, I do not oppose this motion, but I have to say I believe the mover is being somewhat disingenuous in moving it. This is a groin built some 10 years ago, which has potentially two impacts. One is on the flooding in the lake, and obviously something that I'm concerned about. But the other cause that it has is to ensure that the entrance retains sand on the beach. Now, we all know, you know, I know, Councillor Castles knows, that this report is being worked on as we speak. The groin was originally built for the purposes of saving the sand, and it was always envisaged that a report would be prepared in 10 years' time after the trial. Now, if I add up 2017 plus 10 years, that's May says 227. What do you think? 227? That's next year. So we know, you know, I know that this report will be prepared in the next year, and we've been told by the local member, David Meehan, that it is in the process of being prepared. So why, if we were more honest, what this council would do, if we didn't want to score political points, if we didn't want to pretend that we were doing something when in fact the state government was doing, what we would do was congratulate the state government for carrying out the undertaking given by a previous different coloured government and complete the report they've already started in the next year coming, as was always envisaged, planned for and assumed by the community. It's not anything we're doing tonight that's going to change when that report arrives.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Wright? Councillor Neal, could you put your buzzer, please?
It's funny, we've actually had now 2 printouts of the sign that reads, please turn microphone on when speaking, please turn microphone off when speaking.
Yeah.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Councillor Wright brings up the idea of it's so important to turn on the microphone.
Thank you.
We're trying to keep debate going.
Garrett, you tell me that you've lost the point.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. And thank you, Councillor Neal and Councillor Castles, for those talking points from the member for the entrance. Look, I think the motion definitely has a lot of merit. Look, I wasn't invited to that particular meeting with Councillor Castles with Mr. Meehan. I'm not sure who was, whether it was just yourself and Councillor Lamont, but I can't be asked to deliberate on information that I've not been provided, and I'm quite confident with the information provided to me.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to support the resolution. Any opportunity to remind the Central Coast community of the impact and the legacy of the reverse Midas, the member for Terrigal, is very important. And I appreciate that our Liberal councillors are not running around asking for another 10K from Angus. They're actually pointing that out to our community. It's very important to do so before the state election, because with the groin, like we saw with the Terrigal Boardwalk, Winnie Bay, it's a legacy of not much success and a lot of failure. And if you do talk to people out at the entrance, particularly the surfers that are out there, they knew this was going to be a dog's breakfast from the start. They've been suffering from it from 10 years because it was imposed on them from above by the last Liberal government, and it's been an abject and complete failure, just like their term in government always is. Thank you to the councillors for putting this forward. It's a shame that we have to go down the party political route, but I do appreciate it when those opposite do our job for us to point out the failings of the former state Liberal government, particularly in the lead up to the next state election. Thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to speak in support of the motion, and it's very disappointing that this seems to have got down into a political slanging match by those opposite. Blind Freddie, if you go to the entrance, can see the channel has moved south.
Me and made the petition, you have to be removed.
Councillor Wright, just...
Blind Freddie could see the channel's moved to the south, and it's creating problems. So, leaving politics aside, I think everyone in this council would acknowledge that this is a problem that we need to try and have some action on, and that's what this notice of motion is trying to do. And I would implore you to leave the politics to your branch meetings, and let's get on with the council meeting.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to join the chorus, but I may end up. So I do support this motion, and I guess my recollection of this is in the first term of council, I can remember being on the bus trip that took us all around showing us the features of the Central Coast, and I think it was, who was that director you appointed, Councillor Eaton? Was it Mr. Dowling? Showed us in great pride how he had got the groin happening. And I think even back then, I think there was a real question mark about how could this be a good thing for coastal management. Understanding that it retains sand on one beach, it starves it off another beach. And so I do think, notwithstanding the politics either side, I do think this is an issue that we do need to progress. I'm grateful that there is consideration of removing it potentially and restoring some of those natural processes that will assist with that coastal erosion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Stan.
Thanks.
You closing?
Yep, thank you. It's very disappointing that this conversation went this way, this debate. This was not about politics, and in no way did this motion mention political parties whatsoever, nor did my speech, nothing in the business paper. This wasn't about that. It's also very disappointing, I'll say, that there was a meeting with our state representative, and myself as chair of the Coastal Estuary and Floodplain Management Committee wasn't invited to that meeting to be part of that and to contribute and to bring forward those conversations back to the committee, back to the council and back to the community. But regardless, I've brought this here because I think this is a very important issue. It's an important issue to community and to the council staff. the recent correspondence that I have been told by the council staff directly, that member is not in the room tonight, otherwise I would offer a question through the mayor, but in light of that person not being in the room, I will share what they said, which is that this is in the preliminary stages. Maybe it will be done in the next year, maybe it won't, but saying that it is being worked on very hard is not an accurate representation of what the council staff have said. It's in its preliminary stages, which is concerning, because just because this was on a trial basis for 10 years does not mean that it should be in for 10 years and then the report comes back. It could have been done at any point during that time. Nonetheless, that 10 years is coming up, and I think that we need to urge the state government to finalise that report. And the intention is to work out a plan forward. Maybe that groin is doing its job and it's doing a great job, but maybe it's not. And that's the point of these investigations. Additionally, this does call for increased dredging in line with our CMP, and this will offer us further financial aid in the going forward years. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor Lamont, are you in favour? Councillor Lamont, are you in favour? Yep, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. So can I put a procedural motion up that we have a 10-minute break to have a bathroom break? All in favour? All in favour for a 10-minute break?
8:27.
8:27, kick off in 10 minutes. McGregor, second by Councillor Moreland, to start the meeting. All those in favour? Unanimous. Yeah. Yep, unanimous, thank you. So, who are we missing? We're all back. Yeah. Item 4.1, monthly finance report, June 2026. Councillor Eaton moved. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Any discussion? No. All those in favour? All those in favour? Councillor Lamont, I know there's a delay. No? Councillor Lamont, yeah, thank you. There's a delay, Councillor Lamont. Thank you. Unanimous. Item 4.2, monthly investment report, June 2026. Can I have Councillor Wright?
Thank you.
Second
Mr.
by Councillor
Mayor.
Moreland.
I'm happy to move this with the monthly investment report as well, noting that we do have the investment management policy up for adoption, and I know there's an amendment on that, so if there's no opposition, I'd be happy to do that. No opposition? Okay, I'll move this in conjunction with the... So I'll move together items 4.1 and 4.2, and I do have a question.
We've just done 4.1.
Sorry. So 4.2, I will move that. I'm just looking at the sheet. I will just... Yeah, I'm happy to move that, knowing that we have the following report, so happy to move that.
Thank you. Councillor Castles?
Yeah, I just have a question. It's in regards to the monthly investment report. Unless I've missed it, which I don't think I have, I note that there was no table, which there normally is in every council meeting's financial reports and the investment reports regarding the external and the internal restrictions. I'm asking a question as to whether, through you, Mr. Mayor, whether that was an omission or whether there is a reason that it isn't here for the sort of end of June financial year reporting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the restriction balances at 30 June 2026 have not been included as part of the investment report, as these amounts are subject to change as part of the end of financial year processes, and we're still working through those.
So, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, was that deliberate, or is it a deliberate meaning it was an intended thing that it wouldn't be there, or is it just... you know, would it, in other words, was it not meant to be there?
It was not meant to be there. It was not in the same report last year either for the same reasons.
Okay, so just clarifying that it will be back next, at the next time we get financial reports, those tables will be back in the papers.
Yeah.
Confirmed, yes.
Yeah. It's because this is a preliminary result end of year.
Yep.
It'll come through, and every other month of the year you'll get the unrestricted cash numbers.
And so we'll get that then. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor Lamont? Councillor Lamont, can you hear me? All those in favour? No. Yeah, just abstain. So, Councillor Lamont abstain, everybody else. Oh no, she's voted, she's got it, so it's just the delay. Unanimous. Item 5.1, Economic Development Committee minutes. Councillor McNamara?
Yes, just move the motion there. There was nothing come out of the meeting.
Can I have a second, Councillor Eaton?
Then I've got Wi-Fi on the other one.
Mm-hmm.
No discussion. All those in favour? All those in favour? Councillor Smith, are you in favour? Yep. Councillor Lamont?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you in favour? Are you in favour of the 5.1 economic.
I've lost, I can't actually see you anymore. I can hear you, but I can't see you. So I might just log off and try to log on again from my end. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. So everybody apart from Councillor Lamont, never voted. She's left the meeting for the time being. So carried. Item 5.2, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move the minutes. So item 1 receives the minutes. Item 2 adopts recommendations. So it'll be 207, 207, 208, 210 and 211, which there was no objection to any of those, and 205 will be subject to a separate motion.
Yeah. So 207, 207, 208, 210, 211. There are no objections. In 205, there's...
I'll need a second of that.
A seconder. Can I have a second of Councillor Moreland? Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just a question, and I know Councillor Eaton has sent an email around about the Adopt a Verge program that it was delegated to the MP committee to make a decision. Could I, through you, even if it is to Councillor Eaton or the CEO, could you just describe, and I did very quickly look, I mean, I did see that it's been delegated to the committee, but have we had that to the council meeting on just one occasion or more than one occasion? Is anybody able to provide an answer to that question? No? Look, Mr Mayor, I just asked the question because I was contacted by some local community people that thought that item would be pulled up. And again, this is an instance where they didn't see it pulled up. A number of councillors started. They missed a deadline to speak, so they had sent me some of their points to make. So again, we've now lost that community voice in this process, and I can't recall whether there was another opportunity to do that. I guess there may have been when it initially came to council, but I think it probably wasn't apparent the options or the significance of that. So again, it's disappointing that we're looking at a standing committee process that shuts out some really important and powerful voices on some of these matters. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. No other discussion. So Councillor Eaton, 207, 208, 210, 211, and the minutes. Everything apart from 205. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor... No, 205, not 2... Everything apart from 205. 210, 211. So back to all those in favour. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Staton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against? Councillor Smith. Abstaining. Is Councillor McGregor, Councillor... All right. Okay, okay. All right. I'll give you a couple of minutes.
It's just what's on the front. If I can clarify, the only item I was asked to pull out separately was 205, which I've done. 205 is the planning amendments.
Yep. So, again, 207, 208, 210, 211. All those in favour? So, Councillor unanimous. Thank you. 205, Councillor.
So I'll now move 205 as the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor. And again, I'll need a seconder.
All right, can I have a seconder for Councillor Eaton? Councillor Moreland. Yeah. Any discussion? All right. There it is.
I'll speak very briefly to it, and happy if anyone wants to ask questions of the Director. I mean, these are very minor amendments to Council's DCP proposed by the staff to basically remove some anomalies within the document. They're quite minor and straightforward, and I'm happy if the Director wants to add his comments along those about what they do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just councillors, just to summarise, if you wanted to check on what it's about, there's if you click on the reports for the committee, there's a table on the report that summarises all the little amendments. There's lots of rats and mice sort of things. In the feedback we got from the consultation, a number of groups are wanting additional things that wasn't within the scope of the DCP amendment. So we haven't included those in this, but we will consider those at a future DCP amendment. We're trying to do another one later this year. So there was a lot of things that came out of the consultation that people want us to consider, but there were ones that we'll have to consider in a future amendment.
Thank you, Director. Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont. I'll use my casting vote for. Carried. Item 5.3, Community and Culture Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that Council receives the minutes of the Community and Culture Committee held on the 14th of July. Move that way. And I also move, as part of that motion, that we adopt the recommendations in the below resolutions 2653, 2654 and 2656. I move that way.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Walsh, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have just one slight clarification to make, if that's okay.
Yep.
It's on item 2654, the sister city visit. People would be aware that that has been delayed. It was supposed to be happening in August this year, but it's not happening till next year. I just want to be clear with everybody that it is actually planned to be happening in May, so it still is in the same financial year, you know, as we are currently in. So it's just a clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for that, Councillor Castles. Any other discussion? Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Are you updating the wording to reflect that?
Could we amend the wording just to mention retained for a future visit? Yes, in May 2027. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Stanton.
Well played. Just waiting the dates going up. They're up. Yep. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 6.1, Gosford Coming Alive 2040. Can I have a mover? Councillor Moreland.
Mr. Mayor, I rise in support of the staff recommendation. I move the motion.
Seconded by Councillor McNamara. Any discussion? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some questions about this. I did look at the document. It's a kind of nice, brief, little glossy, I suppose. Could you just perhaps outline, my concern is it mentions community and it mentions environment. No, I reject that, Mr. Mayor, but did you want to make a ruling on a reference to a glossy being dismissive of a staff report?
No, it's fine. When you
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I note the report mentions community and it mentions environment and sustainability, but it's not clear to me how either of those things is fully embraced in this. Are you able to provide any clarity about how the community is engaged in this and what kind of measures regarding the environment or sustainability will be a part of this?
Through Mr. Mayor, so councillor, it's a summary of the range of projects that we're going to be pursuing and coordinating across council for Gosford. So there's a whole range of projects, some which you're aware of, some which are new. Each of those projects has its own consultation and engagement activities as it progresses, and the purpose of this document is just to be able to describe the range of the full program so that we can start to coordinate that better across council and with the state government agencies. So each of those projects listed that will have their own engagement like normal projects, and there's also a range of environmental projects listed in there as well, including around climate action and other things in there. So there's lots of different projects in the list.
Okay, so is there any information, so it wasn't clear to me what those projects were or what they were going to do. Should I have seen that? Like, did I just miss it, or is there somewhere else that information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's the listing at a high level in the document there, sort of the headline of there, and as we get into each of the projects, we'll provide more information for council. You've seen a few of them, like the public domain projects and others, but some of them are new and they'd be coming up as reports. So each of them will appear in council in its normal reporting, and there'll be reports up through committees as they progress. But this is just to summarise the range of activities that we're looking at doing.
Okay, but so I take from that some of them haven't progressed very far at this point.
Through Mr. Mayor, no, councillor. There's some of them are new, some of them are midway through, and it just collects all the projects that are being done or being proposed for Gosford.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I will speak on this. I'll speak against the motion. So, Mr. Mayor, I am concerned about this. I think I recall very well the meeting. I think it was our one and only Gosford meeting where this first appeared, and it was the blueprint that was written by an external group, and council was adopting as if it was their own strategy or plan, without a lot of work around that, I think, with the councillors or with the community that we represent for that matter. So I do have concerns about it. I do want to start by recognising that we know Gosford is a growth area. The town centre is identified for population growth. And of course, I think we recognise that and we support that, but it is important how it is done. The way that growth proceeds matters, and that includes recognising the limitations of that landscape rather than ignoring them. So when we look at Gosford, it is a valley between two hills. There's a creek that used to flow down that valley and still flows underground in different sections. And we know that this area is significantly likely to be impacted by flooding, climate change, sea level rise. There's mapping to show that. We know that the geography is limited in a number of respects, and Even the infrastructure is limited. And I know this is meant to provide opportunities for that infrastructure, and it will, and that's great. But I don't see the planning recognising those limitations. I see this vision of just build more, build high, and build till you drop. So I do have concerns that we are not planning for the challenges that that presents. In 2019, the Cardno report that seems to have been buried or lost really highlighted that there are particular pinch points already where the road network is at capacity already. And that's, what, 5 or 6 years ago. So we're way ahead of that. I would love there to be a more consultative and a more genuine approach that embraces our councillors and our community. I would love to see Gosford as a beautiful city. And I think it has the potential to be a beautiful city, but we're probably losing that as we rush to build, 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 higher, 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 whatever. I am also deeply concerned that, although I think I've raised this point a number of times, I don't feel like I've gotten the information that will provide some level of ease. As we see extreme heat and bushfires in Europe, and I haven't checked the news today, but talk of evacuating Bordeaux, the city of Bordeaux. And we are going full steam ahead on a plan that is not ours, that we're adopting, without any sense of what that looks like in terms of emergency management, flooding, bushfire coming down either side of that hills. So what does that mean as we put more and more people, more and more buildings, more and more high-rise in that very narrow strip? And of course, the lack of involvement of the community. I know, you know, there's a promise or there's an intention or there's language around how we're going to consult and involve the community, but I just am not seeing anything that gives me a high level of confidence that that is going to be done in a genuine way, up front, with all of those factors taken in place to produce the beautiful city that I think we can all have, rather than just high-rise in a valley impacted by flooding and bushfire risk and infrastructure and traffic jams. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor.
Just some questions, if I may, to start off with, Mr. Mayor. I've just been looking through the document here that we've got. The implementation task force, it says a mayor-led implementation task force comprising political leaders across all tiers of government will be established. Do we have any more information around who would be on that, what delegations, if any, they'd have, what resourcing, or do they have any staffing attached to them? Is someone able to answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the package of that's included in is that there's we've now prepared an overview of the range of infrastructure projects that are needed to support the growth of Gosford. So none of the documents that we're proposing change the planning framework, so the development controls, they're set. But there's a lot of work being done on the infrastructure and other social and economic infrastructure we need to support the growth of the city. So this is what these projects are proposed. We're proposing that that document's then used to have discussions with the state and federal government about setting up a partnership, about how we continue working with them over the next 10 years to deliver those range of projects. And some of them include projects like federal high-speed rail projects, state projects about transport infrastructure, as well as lots of local government projects. So setting up that is the next step after we've been able to define the type of infrastructure that needs to support it. So that would be an approach that happens, and we'd be approaching the Australian government and the state government about how we could set up arrangements, how they could work with us on the delivery in Gosford over the next 10 years.
So just so I understand, is that just in respect to the implementation task force, or does that cover the other aspects of what's in the report?
Through Mr Mayor, yeah, the implementation task force would be how those three governments would work together. So the details would have to be worked out with those other levels of government. In relation to the internal council capacity, we've got resourcing that council put in the budget this year for a major projects team that will be coordinating this range of activities across council, and that major projects team will report through the normal governance structures in council. We've proposed that the Economic Development Committee be the committee that sort of sees reports and puts those up to council from the major projects team. But that group will be coordinating a range of infrastructure projects right across council, so that we've got one approach to delivering in Gosford that connects all the different parts of the project.
All right, thank you. That's almost like you anticipated my next question. Maybe you can see either into my mind or into the future. So with the major projects team, I know that it says that it's been budgeted in the 26-27 council budget, but I don't have that document in front of me. I'm not expecting it to the cent answer, but roughly what would be the budget for that team that we're talking about, if you're able to answer that question, or if someone else is?
Through Mr Mayor, council's budgeted $400,000. No, actually budgeted 300,000, then I think 400 and 400. So it's a three-year program, but it's got about that level of funding for it, and we've got basically funding across the 3 years for that major projects team.
And will there be any new or additional full-time employees as part of that team, or is it made up of existing staff?
Through Mr Mayor, there are existing staff that will be participating, but the major projects team is a number of additional contracted positions that we'll bring in for that 3-year period.
Thank you, thank you. And the next one's on the steering committee. Are we going to have the same people on the steering committee that are on the major projects team and the implementation task force, or is there three? Is it a tripartite duplication of bureaucracy? How's it going to function that way?
So what we'll have internally, Councillor, is that the steering committee will be a project management group within council that coordinates across the different departments. So it'll have the different project managers and managers in council managing that. The implementation task force is more of a political body that connects and seeks agreements to get project commitments from different levels of government. So they're involved in the day-to-day delivery of work. And major projects team that are resourcing the delivery within council. So there's a number of elements to it. There's also a stakeholder advisory group that's being proposed to be setting up for community and business engagement in Gosford as we go through the different projects.
And this stakeholder group, is that going to be chosen by the Economic Development Committee, full council, or is it going to be chosen by one of the other subcommittees that are working on this?
We've got the council structure generally. We'll have to get back with more detailed reports about setting up the different relevant bits. A number of bits we're starting to set up, but we'd be coming back with reports through council about setting up the stakeholder committee.
Yep. Okay, all right, thank you. Look, I'm aware of the time frame, but I will rise to speak against this. I thank the Director for all of the detailed response that I received there, and I do appreciate that. I did read through the report earlier, but that level of detail is quite important to have. This is obviously quite a complex body of work, which has got to be quite a long, layered, multi-level process over at least 3 years. My concern is that we're charging like a bull at a gate at something towards what's referred to in the report as a singular vision. I'm still unclear as to what this singular vision is, how that derives, how it's implemented. From the information I've been given tonight, I would like to have a bit more consideration about this before it's put forward. I'm not going to bother moving an amendment to defer the item or anything like that, because I know the way that this goes and the kind of what's behind the decision making here. But I do have some concern over this. I mean, anyone who spends any time with other people, you know, if you go and speak to people in real life rather than just on the internet, you'll realise pretty quickly that there isn't an ability to have a singular vision. You might be able to have a majoritarian vision, but people have all different kinds of beliefs, attitudes, opinions. It's very hard to get the larger the body of people to get them to come to one singular vision. Besides that, I mean, obviously there's probably going to be a few Queen fans in the room, and One Vision was a reasonable song and album. However, the word singular, it kind of has some fascistic overtones. You know, it's a bit like in the council elections, one of the independents saying we've got to have one vision, one strength, one society, and one of the Liberal volunteers an elderly gentleman said, we fought wars against people like you. I mean, this is Nazi stuff. So where is that diversity? Where is that, conception of what are people actually genuinely wanting? And is this just the imposition of one person's singular vision, or one group, or one sector's one? And how does it cater to the multitude? How does it cater to all the people that live there now, the people moving into there in the future? It doesn't even appear that we have a concept of what that one vision is. It appears that there's got to be a significant body of work to be done for us to even get to the point where that can even be implemented. So again, it seems like we've put the cart before the horse, and whilst there may be some merit to individual aspects of these proposals, or there may be some great outcomes to some of this work, my concern is that you're focusing and you're resourcing things in a way that's unachievable, and instead of focusing on things that we can do that are feasible, that get you good results in the short to medium to longer term, we've got an idea, we're going straight down one tunnel without looking at all the options. And I get concerned when we do that, because if we're not looking at things holistically, if we're not looking beyond what just one person or one group wants, everyone else gets left behind. And that's something that we've seen, a real fetishisation of particular interest groups and particular sectional interests and projects, not only in the recent future, but over the longitude. And historically, that is something that should be, something that we look to move away from. We should be looking to serve the majority of people in our strategic capital, or in our region of nearly 500,000 people, rather than just getting one person or one group's ideas and one person's agenda and then resourcing it accordingly. Because particularly with this absence of consultation, with this real just antipathy towards actually asking people their views, opinions, or trying to actually seek some sort of broad support or consensus, it makes it hard to be supporting something when we don't know if this singular vision is an absolute dud, or if it's going to be something that's going to be, easily achieved, or to have a long-term success for our region. Gosford's had however many different visions over the course of everyone's life in this chamber. There's been lots of different things that have been put forward, but there's a stasis around what happens, because instead of just doing things that will work, people start to go down the road of looking at certain people's ideas as having much more merit over others, and they forget where they come from. That's why we see this recycling of failure when it comes to Gosford CBD. My concern is that we're doing the same thing that hasn't worked for a long time. There is a saying about that I'm sure everyone's familiar with, but we need to start changing our actions to match up with actually achievable, implementable things that are going to be of benefit to our community, rather than just ticking a box, getting one stakeholder on side and then putting time and money into something that's not really going to pan out the way that everyone will benefit from, or that even indeed that intention, sometimes it doesn't actually reflect the intentions of those that want to move in this direction as well. So while I'm not trying to sit here and denigrate any individuals or anyone's work or anything like that, I'm trying to say, let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's do the due diligence first. Let's do the consultation first. Let's look at what's actually feasible with the topography, with the infrastructure backlog there, funding that's available, all of those things, and making sure that we have broad support for something, so you can get in behind a winner, and that you can have this mass support for something, rather than just going down that singular little, alleyway that we too often do on this council and in the past as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. I'll just go to Councillor Lamont. She's next in the queue. She's had her hand up for a long time. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I have to say I do ditto what Councillor Smith and Councillor McGregor have said. I'm really concerned about this, but something about the funding, I actually thought it was 1.2 million allocated over 4 years instead of 3 years. Is that right, or am I reading something wrong?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding, Councillor, is it's 300 in the first year, 400,000 in the second, and 400,000 in the third year.
Okay, I might put that as a councillor request, because I'm pretty sure I saw it as 1.2. But anyway, the other question I was going to ask, Council's March resolution described the implementation task force as comprising of senior government leaders from Council and New South Wales Australian governments. Well, this motion, Gosford Coming Alive, instead refers to political leaders across all tiers of government. Given that the senior agency reps may be needed to coordinate delivery, funding, approval and cross-agency responsibilities, why has the proposed membership changed from, senior government leaders to political leaders. And I just want to know whether we have thought about the difference between what we're asking for with that task force.
Through Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr.
Councillor, the intention is that it's led by the Mayor, the task force, and that the state and federal government are invited to send representatives to it. There need to be a degree of flexibility. It's really going to be up to those levels of government and how they want to interact between the agencies that would be delivering projects in Gosford and how best they would want to engage on those. So it would largely be up to discussions with those two levels of government about the participation and who that would be.
Okay, thank you. And I do have an amendment. I haven't provided civic support because I've sort of been working on it, but I'm just wondering whether council would consider having a web page dedicated to Gosford Alive, where we could actually share the web page could go through the government structure that we're using, membership, terms of reference, associated bodies, meeting agendas, the minutes and probity and conflict of interest arrangements and quarterly reporting on the status, budgets, expenditure and milestones and risks, measurable outcomes and you know, subject to any lawful confidentiality arrangements have to be in place. So I'm just wondering whether we could have an amendment and whether councillors would support establishing a webpage on this. That way we're just being transparent. I mean, there's a lot of questions now. There's a glossy out that we've produced, but that's it. And there's a lot of questions. And I just think the more transparent and open we can be about this, especially as there has been no community consultation on the whole vision or idea, I think we really need to consider being some way to be a lot more transparent on Gosford Alive.
Councillor Milne, would you accept that amendment? Oh, no. Yeah, Councillor Walsh.
Not at this stage, only because I think it's early in the process. I think that will naturally flow out of the all the committees that will be set up and the governance framework. And I think we allow those bodies to come together and to articulate their own reporting as we move forward. So I won't be accepting it, the amendment at this stage.
Can I have a second? Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith will second. Yep. So Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont for the amendment. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, thank you. I actually quite like the report first and foremost, so I'm going to speak against. Well, I'm actually going to speak in favour of the original motion. I'm certainly not going to refer to the... Sure, I mean, if that makes you feel better. I will do that. And look, I'm certainly not going to refer to the wording in this report as akin to Nazism. I think it's very well worded. The only thing I would say on wording is that on page 13 there is a typo in relation to partnership that I noticed when I was reading the full report, and I think the report is very holistic. Conscious of time, I will not speak further because we still have a lot to get through tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions. First one being through you to the director. Thank you. Around why the document. I recognise the work that would have gone into producing the document, the staff work, definitely. But I'm interested in the lack of affordable housing targets or key worker housing targets. Just hoping you can provide some clarity on that. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, so it doesn't. This document doesn't replace any of the development controls or requirements for what you need to deliver when you're doing development in Gosford. So what's happening at the moment is there's what's called a state-led rezoning process going on, and the state government will be putting out basically an amendment to Council's LEP that will bring back the controls from the state environmental planning policies, which is where they are now, into Council's local environmental plan, and we'll get to comment on that when they put it on exhibition. So that'll be where the requirements for targets and from private development development for affordable housing will sit. What we're doing is we've been negotiating with Homes New South Wales on how we can look at social and affordable housing partnership projects with them between council and the state government, and we're well developed in looking at potential state land that Homes New South Wales will commit to providing affordable housing on, and we're also looking at our own affordable housing program to see whether we can also be involved in delivery of affordable housing. So that'll be more from the direct delivery side, but from the private sector delivery side, those controls will be in the state rezoning.
Thank you. So some of that's good to hear. So in terms of timeframes, do you have a bit of an idea how those timeframes for those outcomes might link up to what, what's it called again, the Gosford, what, Coming Alive document might?
Yep, through you, Mr Mayor. So Councillor, the intention is that the state put out, when the ministers signed off on it, the state rezoning, and that'll go on exhibition as an LEP amendment. We had thought that was June, July. It's soon, so we don't have a definitive timing, but it is quite soon. As part of that, the state will also be looking at funding arrangements for infrastructure provision and also a 10-year infrastructure plan, and we've been working with them on that. And the overlap is really that the Gosford Alive project is really dealing with a lot of the delivery of supporting infrastructure, both social and physical, that's needed to support the growth that's being proposed in the state rezoning. So this really complements the development that has already been approved, where thousands of units have been approved, and it also will support the state rezoning infrastructure plan. So
On that, it's for me, it's, you know, that kind of information that you've just provided there, Director, I would have liked to have seen, even though there are no actual answers in there in terms of outcomes, and that's actually okay. But just in terms of measurable indicators, like the document doesn't help us understand how council might actually publicly report so that the community can actually objectively assess whether this Coming Alive 2040 document has some success. But what I'll do now is just I'll speak against the, but thank you for that, Director, and I'll speak against the original motion, because there's aspects around ambition with this report that I might actually like to be able to support. But and I'm sure that every councillor here wants to see Gosford actually thrive as the regional capital of the Central Coast, and we'd all love to see a vibrant city centre and the improvement of public spaces and better transport connections and more investment and a waterfront that our community can be proud of. But the document is an ambitious document, a singularly ambitious document, and that's simply not enough. So really, I feel the real question before us is whether this document provides any kind of a real roadmap to deliver the sorts of outcomes that we need to know about and that we need to achieve. So I see many pages devoted to governance structures and advisory groups and steering committees and implementation arrangements. I see a vision, a singular vision, a statement of intent and an organisational framework, but what I don't see is the same level of detail about the outcomes our community should be able to expect over the next 15 years. So if we're serious about renewal, should we be able to answer some of these very basic questions. How many affordable homes do we expect to deliver? And while the directors mentioned how that might be in the pipeline, then it'll be great to know that. But the document should have been able to provide some information around that. How will young people, key workers and older residents continue to live in Gosford as property prices increase? How will we measure whether this strategy has genuinely improved quality of life rather than simply encouraging more development? And they're not minor omissions. They go to the heart of whether renewal benefits everyone or only those already positioned to profit from rising land values. A truly successful city is not simply judged by cranes, or not judged simply by cranes on the skyline, or the value of private investment. It's judged by whether families can afford to live there, whether people can walk safely and cycle safely, whether there is enough tree canopy to reduce urban heat, whether public spaces are welcoming and inclusive, and whether economic growth creates opportunities for the whole community, not just for some, not just for a few. The report speaks about sustainability, but only in very general terms. Given Gosford's waterfront location and the challenges posed by climate change, I would have expected stronger commitments around climate resilience, biodiversity, urban greening and resilient public infrastructure. And these are not optional extras, they are essential elements of contemporary city planning. So I'm also concerned that while the report refers to stakeholder engagement, provides very little detail about how the broader community will genuinely influence decision making or even be seen as a genuine stakeholder. Consultation should not simply occur after priorities have been established. It should help shape those priorities from the beginning. Residents, First Nations communities, young people, disability advocates, environmental organisations, affordable housing providers and local businesses, they all have valuable perspectives that deserve a meaningful place at the table. So if this strategy is to guide Gosford through to 2040, then accountability must be stronger, and annual reports are useful, but they are not enough. Community deserves clear, measurable targets, regular public reporting, so everyone can see what has been delivered, what remains outstanding, and whether public investment is achieving its intended outcomes. I believe Gosford does deserve a renewal strategy that is not only ambitious, but measurable, equitable, environmentally responsible, and genuinely community-led. And with stronger commitments in those areas, this could become an actual blueprint for our city needs. Without them, there's a risk that we create an impressive governance structure without the equally strong accountability needed to ensure renewal benefits all residents, not just a fortunate few. And that's why I can't support this motion. Thank you.
We're over the 30 minutes, but we'll finish with Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just speaking to the amendment put forward by Councillor Lamont. I do think Part 3 adds a level of confidence going forward with this. It introduces some transparency, some responsibility and understanding of what is being proposed and how it progresses. So I just threw you to the CEO because I think it was Councillor Millen resisted Part 3. So I was just wondering through you to the CEO, is there any reason why we can't have a dedicated web page that provides those things?
It would be a matter for the council.
Okay, so there's no reason being put forward by staff in terms of being able to have this level of transparency, of information that gives confidence to the community, to stakeholders and to councillors that we are progressing and how we are progressing. Sorry. So I do hope that councillors will support the amendment. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So on Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith's amendment, all those in favour? Of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith. No, I was scratching my head. And Councillor Lamont. Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. And that is tied, and I'll vote against, use my casting vote. All in favour of the motion that was put forward? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote and it's carried. Thank you. 6.2 Investment Management Policy for Adoption.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Wright. He had his buzzer on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move item 6.2, the investment management policy for adoption. I noticed that Councillor Lamont had an amendment, and I'm happy to accept that into the motion. If we could please have that on screen.
Have we got a seconder as well? Councillor Eaton.
Can I please have that?
Next one.
Can I please have the motion with
Yeah, Councillor
Councillor
Lamont's
amendment? It's coming? Okay.
No, sorry.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll move that to the council.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Wright, second Councillor Eaton, no other, yeah, Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, not really questions. There are a few typos in the actual policy. If you, and this is something I guess hopefully staff can have a look at before it goes out. In the actual related policies procedures section, refer to council's website for the following. It actually repeats a few things. Code of conduct's repeated twice, information records and management policies repeated twice. And it actually has State Records Act 1988. I think that should actually be moved to legislation or moved under the legislation section instead of procedures and policies and protocols, if that makes sense through you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So the Civic Girls looking at.
I have a question, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Of yourself or the CEO through yourself. There's been quite major changes in the world environment, particularly the financial environment, over the last 12 months or so. I am somewhat surprised that KPMG, in making these recommendations, has suggested no changes whatsoever. Can you possibly elaborate as to why the changes that we're seeing every day, increasing interest prices, increasing cost of living, that there in fact is no recommended changes in relation to the investment strategy?
Yep, sure. Just to clarify that it was reviewed by Perpetual, who are an investment advisory firm rather than KPMG. And they did specifically review it in the context of the current environment and felt that the settings represented an appropriate risk-managed approach to council's investments and the outcomes that we were seeking to achieve.
I understood that's the case. It seems quite odd that all the changes that have occurred, that they're not suggesting any changes whatsoever. Was it that the strategy that was recommended previously was much lower risk than was necessary, so that the risk is now contained in the present environment, or is it that they're prepared to take more risk now with the changes that have taken place?
I'm not sure that it's either of those things. I think that because this policy is reviewed on a much more regular basis than other policies, and it was less than 12 months old when it was reviewed, that the previous version had been adopted in a place of volatility across the geopolitical context nationally and internationally, and although that's continued, our rather conservative and safe approach to maintaining council and ratepayers' funds remains unchanged.
Councillor McGregor.
It's an excellent report and it's an excellent outcome if we vote for what's on the screen. Please do so.
I never understood what...
Mr Mayor, just in light of Councillor Lamont's highlighting some, I assume, errors in the document, do we need to just add authorise the CEO to make minor amendments?
I was going to say we could just add and authorise the CEO to make minor amendments, minor typographical amendments.
Right. So Councillor Eaton has accepted Councillor Lamont's amendment, so we'll vote on the motion of... So all those in favour? Councillor Lamont, Councillor Lamont, yeah, thank you. Unanimous. Next item, 6.4, tender for recyclables, receivable and processing request to appoint. Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will move the staff recommendation as it appears on the screen.
Second, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Castles.
Yes, just something that I was interested to learn, and it's probably, not really of vital importance, but worth mentioning. I think that, because I didn't see it mentioned in any of the reports or anything, and I asked a question on items, so clearly it is public information as it is in the papers, that the short-term contractor who we currently have performing this service is IQ Renew, who is also one of the people who put in a tender for this particular longer term project.
Is that a question? Was that a question, Councillor Cass? Is that a question?
There is a question, and the question, revolves around I think again, this was mentioned in the questions on items, I think from Councillor Eaton actually, the issue that there was a fairly large difference in sort of what the new costings. So just a question as to, why the costings are as they are, if that's possible to answer. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Castles. It was a full tender process, and we are subject to what is provided, and it is up to the tenderers to provide that information, and we assess it accordingly through the evaluation panel. And as you would have seen in the information, that's all provided.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? No? All right. Put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal. The motion's carried.
I'll tell you after.
6.5, Code of Conduct Reform Submission to the Office of Local Government. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move the staff recommendation on this. I did note that the actual process of addressing some of these code of conduct issues is quite odd in terms of there's going to be this sort of group that deals with it, and in the council submission they acknowledge that the OLG isn't actually really clear on who is in this group to support these councillors, and that's already in the submission, but thought it was an interesting point to note, so I'm happy to move the staff recommendation, noting what was already in their staff report.
Just let Belinda, Belinda, was you going to second it?
Yes, and I'd like to speak as well, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, seconded
Well,
by
you second
Councillor
it.
Neal.
I've got an amendment, so.
I occasionally have to have a win. Thank you very much for the preparation of this.
Councillor Walsh, could you put your buzzer on, please?
Thank you very much for the preparation of this submission. It is quite extensive. I took the opportunity to lodge a number of suggestions or guiding notes, and I'm happy to see that a large part of them have been incorporated in our submission. It particularly, I wanted to emphasise, and I think that is encapsulated in the submission that has been finalised here, is firstly transparency in the process and also fairness and equity in relation to dealing with councillors, complaints against councillors. And one third item, which I think has become a problem more and more, and that is the weaponisation of complaints in order to achieve some sort of political objective rather than being a genuine complaint about the conduct of particular councillors. So I think to the extent that we're able to in the time provided, I think that the submission is very worthwhile, and I commend the staff who've taken a part in preparing it.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Neil, could you put your buzzer, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment for to come up that I sent to Civic earlier. It's really just an addition, and I feel, and so I'll speak to it. There it is. Thank you. I also thank the staff for the amount of work that they must have put into this. It's been a great opportunity to actually submit to the development of a code that is going to, you know, have a hopefully positive impact across the state. I did submit significant amount of a report, a significant report to our council staff, and I was quite pleased to see that sections were you know, the staff submission has definitely been affected by that. So I do thank the staff because it was an excellent submission and it's comprehensive, and I appreciated being able to submit, and I strongly do support the report. The OLG has taken a pretty significant review of councillor conduct in it's really the most significant one in many years from what I could research, and I believe the draft model code represents a really genuine step forward. It strengthens integrity, transparency and accountability while also recognising the unique democratic role of elected councillors. So what particularly impresses me about council submission is that it doesn't simply focus on how misconduct should be investigated or punished. Instead, it recognises something that I believe is fundamental to good governance, and that the strongest governance systems are those that actively prevent problems from occurring in the first place. So the report places welcome emphasis on education, mentoring, early intervention, governance training and creating a culture of respectful leadership. That is an important shift. Strong governance is not achieved solely through disciplinary processes. It is achieved by building a culture where respectful behaviour, ethical leadership and accountability become the norm. I also welcome the report's recognition that repeated lower-level inappropriate behaviours, while perhaps not individually constituting serious misconduct, can collectively undermine effective governance, councillor wellbeing and public confidence. Governance is shaped not only by rules but by the culture we create and the standards that we demonstrate every day. I particularly support the recommendation that clearer guidance be provided to distinguish robust political debate, which is an essential part of our democracy, from bullying, intimidation, harassment and conduct that seeks to diminish others. Councillors must always remain free to vigorously advocate for their communities, challenge decisions and scrutinise recommendations. At the same time, our debate should always be conducted with respect. I have a small amendment. I know it looks like it's a large amendment, but I believe it complements the officer recommendation rather than change any of its direction. Our communities judge local government not only by the decisions we make, but by the way we conduct ourselves when we represent them. The officer report also already recognises that councillors represent their councils outside formal meetings. I think there is an opportunity to build on that important principle by recommending that the OLG develop best practice guidance on respectful civic engagement to accompany the model code. And this would not create additional offences or introduce another layer of regulation. It would in fact provide practical guidance to councillors about the standards expected whenever we are representing our councils in the community. As elected representatives, much of our work occurs away from the chamber. We attend citizenship ceremonies, community festivals, school presentations, youth awards, Anzac Day commemorations, volunteer recognition events, public consultations, countless community gatherings. For many people, particularly children and young people, these occasions are their only interaction with local government and their only opportunity to meet an elected representative. And that carries with it both privilege and a responsibility. So I believe it would be valuable for the OLG to provide practical guidance on respectful civic engagement, including maintaining appropriate professional boundaries, recognising actual or perceived power imbalances, and interacting respectfully with members of the public, volunteers, council staff, contractors, children, young people, and other vulnerable members of our community. This is not about creating new misconduct provisions, it's about recognising that elected representatives hold positions of public trust and helping councillors understand the contemporary expectations that accompany that trust whenever we are representing our communities. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Milland.
Councillor Milland, your second? Yep. Councillor Milland, second. Councillor Wright?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually happy to accept that into the original motion. Usually the policy would be it wasn't provided to all councillors in advance, but on this occasion, I think given it's a submission, I'm happy to have that included. Okay. But don't take this as leniency on every occasion, councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
Can I speak?
Councillor,
Sorry?
Yeah, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I just want to add to what's already been discussed, but I didn't actually hand in any submissions because I handed in my own. I actually attended the OLG webinar on the reforms. I have some submissions, and unfortunately I've had considerable experience with the current system. As many people in the community know, numerous code of conduct allegations have been made against me. Those allegations were even raised by Liberal MP Eileen McDonald during budget estimates at Macquarie Street. I wonder who put her up to that. Because these matters remain ongoing, there is a limit to what I can say. However, I can say that defending myself has already cost me more than $60,000 in legal fees. Councillors incurred significant costs as well, and it's not over yet. I've also learned that since we were elected to council spent approximately $80,000 in external conduct reviewers, reviewing code of conduct complaints. So there's a whole lot of money being spent on stuff that should be spent by council. And the community, I think, should be mortified. Initial allegations against me arose in connection with efforts to obtain council records through GIPA and have been made publicly available. Council refused access, so I challenged that at NCAT and I succeeded. A second related NCAT matter followed on the allegations. How much has that cost council? This illustrates exactly why reform is needed. The current system can impose an enormous financial and personal burden on individual councillors while also imposing a significant cost.
It's okay, it was just what you were speaking about there, you shouldn't have been, but it's okay to continue now.
Well, I actually checked that with my legal representative, and there's certain things I can and can't actually discuss. I therefore it illustrates exactly why reform is needed. The current system can impose an enormous financial and personal burden on individual councillors while also imposing significant costs on council and ultimately the community. I therefore support the proposed transfer of responsibility for managing councillor conduct complaints from individual councils to the Office of Local Government. I also support the submission's call for procedural fairness, early assessment of potential vexatious or politically motivated complaints, access to the evidence relied upon, reasonable opportunities to respond, independent review rights, firm processing timeframes, and some clarity about responsibility for legal costs. A conduct framework should address genuine misconduct, but it must not be capable of being used to discourage councillors from advocating for the community, scrutinising council decisions or challenging the administration. These reforms are overdue. However, changing the process alone will not necessarily change the culture. And I believe Councillor, that's already been spoken about. We must also ask everyone in council chamber why we're here. Is it primarily to serve the community or to pursue our own agendas? I hope these reforms improve public trust and confidence in elected council reps. However, I remain cautious because some of the responses that I've received from OLG in response to complaints have been pretty disappointing. If OLG is to take the responsibility for the system, it must be properly sourced resourced, genuinely independent, transparent, and accountable for timeliness and quality of decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. So the amendment of Councillor Walsh and seconded by Councillor Milland. It's been included. Yeah. So we've got the original motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 6.6, Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference and Attendance Voting. Councillor Wright.
Sorry, I had the wrong one highlighted.
Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that it's asking to appoint 7 councillors. I would put forward myself, Councillor Walsh and Councillor Neal.
Yep, I'd pass that. And then, so that was thanks. And Councillor Eaton, have you got?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor
Happy to
McGregor.
accept those 3 and also nominate Councillor Daniels, Councillor McNamara, myself, and Councillor Wright. No, I was just trying to remember who was who. So that would make up the 7 with 3 that Councillor McGregor put forward, I believe.
Yep.
And otherwise move the recommendation, or second the recommendation made by Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, so, and
myself.
Yeah. Councillor Eaton, yeah. Did you get that? Yep. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've got no chance of being a voting delegate, which is fine. But I understand that the Local Government New South Wales Conference is part of our professional development, not included in our conference allowance. So could I request that we add...
No, I understand it's only for the voting delegates it is included. So any councillor can attend, but it has to come out of their conference budget. On top of the voting delegates.
Okay, so could I, look, I think it's worth noting in the resolution, other councillors that may wish to attend. So could I add a part 3 noting that the following councillors will also be registering. So I'd like to put my name forward on that. I may withdraw it later depending on what the budget is, but I'd like to put my name forward and see if any other councillors also wanted to attend.
I'm happy with that if the mover's happy with that. And I've also, Mr. Mayor, I've also got one other addition if I can, which would be that the ordinary meeting, otherwise due on whatever the relevant date is in November, I'm sorry, I haven't got it in front of me, be brought forward 1 week. So, right. So it must be on the 24th, which of course is the day the conference finishes. And given it's in Wollongong, it might be slightly onerous to travel back in time. And this is what we did last year, was to bring it forward 1 week. It's already been brought forward, has it? Oh, okay, all right.
Councillors, I can confirm that the council meeting in November has been scheduled for the 17th of November. And I would just otherwise provide the additional advice that should we move, or should there be a resolution that other councillors will register, then they will need to register because it's a resolution of council unless you seek to rescind that resolution. So maybe we can just leave it and enable councillors to register should they choose to, as under our existing policy.
Yeah, look, I kind of get that. But could I just get some clarification? I had it clear in my mind that has that changed in the last few years about only voting delegates being covered as professional development versus their allowance? Certainly, when I got into council, basically all councillors were encouraged to attend for the professional development opportunity, and it wasn't included as or counted as part of their allowance expenses.
The policy was adopted in May 2025, so it would be the policy adopted by this council.
In terms of the issue issue raised by the director requiring councillors to attend if it says will, you can just change it to may. That would easily resolve the issue.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm still on this point and I keep getting gazumped on it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, could the CEO please advise if that policy was adopted in 2025, was that a change in the policy or was it?
I would need to dig up the old policy and review that, but I don't remember it being a specific change, but I couldn't say one way or the other with certainty. I would need to take that on notice.
Okay. All right. So I can just note the following councillors are interested in attending, and that way it doesn't lock you in, or may attend. So if any other councillors, and look, I know I don't need to list it in the motion, but I just think for transparency to our community, I'm happy to. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will stay seated for this one. Director, you raised some concerns there just in terms of wording. Does that suffice to your intention of what you put forward, just to clarify? Okay, because I also think that negates other councillors that might wish to attend. For example, Councillor McQuaid isn't here tonight. He may wish to attend. Does that mean he can no longer attend? So could we amend, if Councillor McGregor is amenable, notes that the following councillors, notes that the remaining councillors may also wish to attend. Notes that other councillors may also wish to attend.
You could say that notes that other councillors are entitled by policy to attend.
Yep, I'm happy to include that if Councillor McGregor is amenable to that.
Thanks, Councillor.
I mean, if it's already in the policy, do we need to resolve to say that councillors can follow a policy? I really couldn't care less.
Okay. Okay. That being the case, can we please Civic Support remove item 3?
Yeah,
It's in the hands of the mover and seconder,
yeah,
which is Councillor McGregor and Councillor Eaton.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor McGregor and Councillor Eaton. All right, all those in favour? Oh, Councillor Mont, did you want to speak? Sorry, you had.
No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, I'm good.
All right. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, 6.7, Protected Marine Species Management at Terrigal Haven, progress update. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was the one I was meant to speak about before. So I think it's very noteworthy what Council's done here, and I particularly want to call out the work that Council's done in terms of improving the signage around Terrigal Haven in relation to some of that illegal fishing. I think that's been quite well received by the community, and just wanted to extend my thanks for Council staff for doing that at the request of, I know, many councillors like myself.
Congratulate Councillor Rob speaking.
So just do a procedural motion at 10 o'clock.
Briefly.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I also acknowledge and appreciate the work that the staff have done, but I am disappointed in the report that it seems like we haven't had any responses from any of the agencies or ministers that have been approached. Can I just confirm through you, Mr. Mayor, that that is the case, that we haven't had any responses? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor, we haven't received any yet, but we've had verbal discussions with fisheries and we believe they're preparing a detailed response at the moment.
Okay. Is there any indication, I think they were invited to come and attend, and there was an expectation that they would attend but didn't. The last committee of the Coast and Estuary Committee, subcommittee?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Smith, they missed all the fun of the Coastal Committee, so yes.
Sorry, I missed that, Mr.
They missed all the fun at the Coastal Committee, Councillor, but yeah, we invited them and they did not show up.
I can't remember there being any fun, but that's all right. Mr Mayor, I will move an amendment then so one is what is up on the screen. Two is that the CEO write to the Minister for the Central Coast requesting his assistance. Sorry, I haven't provided this to the staff. His assistance and representation in securing a response from the Minister, is it for Fisheries or DPI? I can't remember the exact title.
Department of Primary Industry.
And engagement with DPI regarding these issues. If I have a seconder, I will just speak to them. Thank you.
Councillor
Mr Mayor, notwithstanding the advice that the Director provided, which I appreciate, which would suggest that we are getting a response, I think the time frame on this is disappointing, is probably the best way of describing it. This is and has been a concern to our community. There has been a lot of activity around this. That concern has not gone away. And the fact that we're still waiting for a response is disappointing. So I would like us to maintain action on this. In particular, there was specific parts of that resolution that required Fisheries and to take an audit of the signage at the Haven, and I think there were some other actions that we would like to see progress. So I'm happy to move that amendment. And look, I'm equally disappointed. I thought the report indicated that we wrote to our local members and we haven't received a response from them either. So I don't want to, can I just confirm that that is correct so that I don't verbal that? Is that correct in saying that, Mr Nichols?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the resolution says rights to the state member. So that state member, Minister for the Central Coast, Minister for the Environment and relevant Minister in relation to fishery activities. So we wrote to all those, Councillor.
And which state member would that have been? Is that Mr Crouch?
The one for Terrigal, yeah.
Yeah, Mr Crouch. Okay, so look, it's not just Mr Crouch. I don't want to particularly. I mean, we also didn't get an answer from the Minister for the Central Coast. So I would like to pursue this. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
May have been quite recently.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wright.
Back, please. So if we can just look at that motion, and I'll ask the Director what would be a reasonable time frame to get a further report back on those. On that.
Councillor, maybe further report after we receive a response from Fisheries. That would be when we have a lot more information to provide for you.
Could we say no later than November? Would that be reasonable? Well, if they haven't answered by November, then it needs another letter. Can I further report when we get a response and no later than November, please, in the absence of further advice? Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I wouldn't accept that into the motion, would speak against the amendment, not because of the intentions behind it, but having written to the Minister for Agriculture previously and not had a response, look, I don't really want to waste staff resources on doing it again. We've already written to the Minister for Central Coast. If he hasn't responded the first time, I wouldn't see the need to use staff resources to ask him a second time. And I also believe the member for the Central Coast, again, I don't want to verbal him because it's my recollection. I actually thought he was on, after the motion was raised, I thought he was on ABC Central Coast saying that they wouldn't support the area being a marine park. So I would have to think that would sit within this motion. So I'd speak in favour of the original motion.
Clarification, Mr Mayor, where did the suggestion of a marine park come into it? No, I don't think so. Well, is it in the motion? Well, I mean, the Speaker has made a comment, and I just want some clarification around that, Mr. Mayor.
I never heard.
That is not in any way relevant to this motion. The grey-nose sharks are a protected species. That they're a protected species whether there's a marine park somewhere or not.
All right. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Neal for the amendment. Any other discussion? Councillor Smith's amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Walsh and Councillor Neal, you supportive, and Councillor Lamont, thank you. Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. I'll use my casting vote and the amendment's down. Councillor Wright, we need a seconder for your original motion. Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of...
I'll speak against Councillor Wright's motion. No, I spoke about the amendment.
Councillor Smith, when you go.
Can we just see the motion there? Look, I think I won't speak very long other than this is show and no substance. So I think that's what it needs to be recognised as. And, you know, for a matter that is important to that local community, it's disappointing from the councillor, again, just to do show no substance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, all in favour of the motion? So, Councillor is it unanimous? No. So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Walsh, yep. Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor Lamont, you had your hand up? Councillor Lamont, did you have your hand up earlier? No. All right. And Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith against the motion. So what do you think? Just go for it. Just get up. Yeah. So, yeah. So just filling you in. We're just going to fill once, when we get this one up and going, it could be finished in a couple of minutes, but we'll finish at 10 o'clock if we're still going to do a procedural motion that will finish, because we're not going to get through the agenda, and we'll come back with the last 8 items or 7 items and finish them next week. So just let you know. So, Councillor Stanton.
I'm standing to move the next item, which is 6.10, and I'll be moving it as it appears on the screen with an amendment to include a number 5, which the staff have as well to put up.
Second.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm in the middle of moving a motion here.
All right. Hold on, Councillor Stanton. Councillor.
That's not a procedural.
You haven't got the call.
I don't think that this is a procedural issue that we need to deal with while dealing with this motion. I think we can deal with it at the end.
Yeah, Councillor Stanton, can you please put your buzzer off for a second, please?
But if we don't move it before 10, I would actually formally like to move that we extend by 30 minutes. I think that the idea that we can't finish is not correct. I think with some motivation and effort on part of the people here, rather than waste another night of ourselves and the council
I'm
and all the
happy to
money.
go for half an hour.
I'll move that way.
Okay, well, yep. So seconder for Councillor McGregor. All those in favour are going to 10:30. Yep, unanimous, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Stanton.
I rise again to move
Who was the seconder? Who was the
same-
seconder? Eaton, Councillor Eaton, yep.
The same motion amended with part 5 as it appears on the screen. I do note the somewhat urgency of moving this motion tonight or in the soon after, as the contractor is currently on site, and that could have cost benefits for council should we decide to adopt this tonight. Though I am requesting a report to our next Infrastructure and Assets Committee so that we can get further details about this project and the expenditure and the proposed extension of it, and also to have discussions with local stakeholders such as the rugby club about joint use of these facilities. And this is something that I have also discussed with some fellow councillors and staff. And I think that it's important that the committee does receive more information about this, and we can have that at our next meeting. But in light of the requirement for council as a whole to approve expenditure and the timeliness, I will retain 1 to 4 as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Any debate? No? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item is notice of motion increasing and improving beach safety information. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't speak to this in great detail because the CEO of Central Coast Surf Life Saving and Will Nash already did a fantastic job earlier tonight. This is a very straightforward proposal that makes a lot of sense, and I want to thank the junior surf life saving community.
Can I just have a seconder for this? Councillor McGregor.
Here on the Central Coast for bringing this idea forward. It's certainly been a community-led motion that I've been more than happy to bring to the council here tonight. Obviously, beach safety, as everyone knows, is something I'm quite passionate about, so certainly happy to bring it here tonight and look at more ways that we can improve beach safety. As Mr Hislop said, we had 19 drownings I think it was last year, more than 350 drownings across Australia last year as well. So any measures like these that can protect people in the water are certainly things that we should be looking at. Now, I did have a point 6 that incorporates some of the wording that Councillor Mott put forward earlier around the legal requirements, and I've discussed that earlier tonight with Mr Hislop as well, and he has acknowledged that they're certainly happy to put something through. So I've sent that wording to the staff, if we could please have that on screen. So basically, I know the bottom sentence is sort of cut off there on point 6, but just making sure that council receives appropriate risk and legal advice. So in short, what Surf Life Saving Central Coast is looking to do is to have landholders' consent from council to be able to put this QR code up at all access points on our local beaches. Obviously, we have 41 beaches in total, 15 of which are patrolled. So we're actually in a situation where we have more beaches that aren't patrolled as opposed to ones that do. So having these at every access point to the beach, we can certainly make the beach a lot safer. I commend this motion to the council and request your support.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I support the motion and further foreshadow at the conclusion of this debate that I will intend to move a procedural motion to bring item 7.5 forward for debate after this item is voted on. Thank you.
Yep. All right, you got a seconder for that? Moving forward, all those in favour of bringing... No, don't need to do it yet. He's going to do that at the end. All right, okay. Yep, 7.1. All right, Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Wright tonight for actually supporting most of my amendments. That's all.
All right.
Just very quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton.
Could be positive. I don't know how that's a bad thing.
Thanks.
You're the one who called out.
I would just like to speak in favour of this motion and commend the work of Mr. Nash and the junior leaders and the surf life-saving community. I think this is a really great initiative, and I think that anything that we can do to support life-saving measures across our beaches, across the Central Coast, is a worthwhile cause. Thank you.
Thank you. No further discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor McGregor, you're going to proceed your motion to bring 7.5.
So to bring 7.5 forward for the next item on debate.
Yep. All those in favour? Big seconder. Councillor Castle. Are you for the last two? Councillor Castles. Councillor Castle. So all those in favour? Yep. Unanimous. Thank you. So next item is 7.5. Notice of motion, community priorities and services Australia Post delivers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for us being able to bring this forward. I'd like to move the motion. It's not on the screen at the moment, so...
Could have a seconder while we're...
Seconder,
thanks.
Yep. Okay.
Councillor Walsh.
That's not the second, that's not the motion. I'll just wait for a bit. I also did send an amendment through to Civic today regarding point 6 of the motion, and I have also sent this to all councillors. We're just going to have to wait till it comes up, I think. Okay. Okay, that's point 6 there, that's the amendment I sent you today. I'm just double checking, that's all. That's not the amendment I sent today. But I'll speak anyway whilst they're pulling up the amendment, if that works for people. No. Are we finding it? No, it's disappeared. Seriously. That is not it. The addition, that's the addition, but the rest of it, which is points 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, were as the original motion. This needs to A6, what's directly under 6 at the moment, which is A, B and C, and D need to be removed because the highlighted one is actually what should be sitting under 6, if that now makes sense. Let's just make sure that looks right now. Yep, thank you very much. Sorry if it was confusing. Okay, so I'm speaking on this motion today. We heard from our guest this evening about some of the impacts, very well reasoned impacts and information that he had regarding this termination of this service. I think asking for a report at the August council meeting is a good way forward. I'd also like to mention that if people are not aware, there are a range of petitions going around. There's been a huge reaction both in print, radio media and social media. I think this whole thing where, oh, well, only 2 people responded when this went out on exhibition, obviously, again, was mentioned by our guests today. As of yesterday, I think, or the day before, just one sample of some of the amount of signatories that are being committed to signing these petitions was up over 500. This is well before the big count up of a lot of the other ones as well that are not yet ready for providing that information. We've been very fortunate that our state Labor members have got basically behind this, because they also realise, being representatives of the community and often serving some of the most vulnerable in our community, that this service is an essential service. It is a service that we need to try and maintain. I would suggest that if by having a report, and we've all talked about this before, where having reports is a good thing, it provides us with more information, it means that we can make some decisions based on that information. I've taken on board the CEO's response to the original motion, and I really, really urge you all to support getting that report coming through to the August meeting of Council, detailing A, B and C below. I commend my motion. I ask people to be fair and reasonable about it, and to make sure that we get the information we need so that we can work out the way forward for our community around this really important community service in our local community and across our local community into easily accessible places, the Australia Post local post offices. As I said before, the old slogan, Australia Post delivers. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, on a procedural matter, given, as noted in the CEO response, my understanding is that this motion would require a rescission because this was moved as part of the budget. So I'm sure there may be, well, there very well may be an intention to raise a rescission on this later this evening. So I just want to check first, will this require a rescission? Would this be granted as a rescission motion? Yeah, but it was only raised last meeting.
Yes, I would think that, given that the budget was resolved at the end of June, which is a month ago, and that this was a specific resolution after consideration by council since at least January, when we had the list of potential service reductions, that this would need to be a specific rescission motion.
So just to clarify then, because I don't know if I can amend this to a rescission now, I'm not going to pin Councillor Castles on not having the right amount of signatures or anything. I think it's fair to debate it. But does that mean a rescission, Councillor Walsh, does that mean a rescission can't be made on this motion next council meeting?
Sorry, if I could just clarify, if you look at the actual terms now, you probably don't need a rescission on this motion. You would need a rescission to change the actual decision, because this is is really calling for more information as opposed to changing it.
Okay, thank you. Miss. Yes, but it was passed in the budget, so it would actually need to be, because I think what this motion misses is the fact that a decision has been made in the budget to account for these funds. So what I said at the time as well, which hasn't been provided now, is there's no actual counter argument to how other measures can be found within the council to actually pay for the reapplication of this service. So there's nothing in the, I mean, I don't know why you're shaking your head, it's nothing in the motion. And as I mentioned before, look, when you look at the stats, there are about 1,350 people who use this, and it costs about $4.70 per bill. So when you're paying 2 bills, that adds up. So I think while the councillors and the state government can look at council, I don't think there was any question from Councillor Castles to the federal government about why it costs almost $10 to pay your water and rates at an Australia Post. And look, at the end of the day, they're shaking their heads now, but this was supported by the Labor councillors during the draft budget that went on public exhibition. Oh, Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll pay that because they've got the technicality that they voted against the whole budget motion.
Yeah.
Fair. As I said,
Right. Just stop playing the game. Just
I'll
talk.
withdraw that. I realise they ended up voting against the whole. Well, I realise you ended up voting against the whole budget. You voted against the whole budget. I was speaking to people at ALGA who said we've had 1 or 2 people vote against the budget over recent years, but never a whole lot of councillors. Look, I will draw back to the motion. Look, I think you're fair to raise it, but at the end of the day, this would require a budget matter. There isn't an alternative put forward. I did ask for that last time, and I would have been happy to consider that here tonight. But based on the information I have available, I think one important thing to remember here, which I think perhaps, in my opinion, the comms could have been a bit better on, is that we should actually be encouraging people to better utilise things like the Centrelink pay. That's very easy for people to actually, the money gets taken directly out of their account, they can schedule it over the year so they're not paying the lump sum. That's actually quite a good service that's underutilised, and that's acknowledged here. So, Councillor Neal, I do have my own home actually. Councillor Neal, I do have my own home actually. Thank you very much. But sure, I've made my points. The stats are there.
Councillor Ian.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Also rise to speak against the motion, and I do acknowledge, I think that Councillor Wright is correct in saying that these budget measures have been in place and under discussion for quite some time. Having said that, at the end of the day, this is a significant cost that has to be met if it was done in another way. And while this is $350,000, so that would take the budget surplus to $200,000 and odd in round terms. But then those on my right also wanted to put in another $200,000 for trees. They wanted to not have the increase in the childcare. So we're actually then talking about a $2 million deficit. And I reflect on a decision earlier tonight, and I refer councillors to the question I asked about the saving in the new recycling facility charge. And the answer from the staff is, by adopting the resolution, which those on my right all voted against, we save, the ratepayers save $1.3 million.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, can you speak on the subject, please?
Sorry?
Can you speak? You heard me. You taking the piss?
No.
Speak on the subject, I said.
This is about budget money, Mr Mayor. So $1.3 million they just voted against per year for every ratepayer. And now they're trying to do something that will further hurt the great bulk of the ratepayers, because they're going to run this council like they did before into bankruptcy.
Councillor Neal.
Mr Mayor, I have to say, even for Councillor Eaton, I'm surprised tonight. I mean, if he could waylay along the way to any other topic.
Neil, yeah,
if he could waylay along the way to any other topic except what we're actually dealing with, it would be interesting. Because he can,
just talk.
Because he's able.
Councillor Neal, just.
He's able to talk about an issue such as budget when we're talking about one particular aspect. And in fact, we're not even talking about that. What we're actually talking about is getting information about how we can deal with the issue of largely pensioners paying their council rates. Now, I have to confess, I was in the wrong. When I saw this issue on the budget, I did not understand what a strong emotional reaction and distress this issue would cause, and that's the truth. It didn't occur to me. I mean, I may be heading towards retirement myself, like our CEO, but I did not understand, for many people who are in the older age group than myself, the idea of paying your bills any other way except going to the post office is a completely foreign land that they are not comfortable with. and you go along to the post office, you see a line there of possibly 20 people, and the vast majority are in their 80s or sometimes even 90s or more. And the idea that you don't go to the bank, get out your cash, trundle over to the post office and pay your rates that way is just, and it doesn't matter how you explain, pay the post office. I'm aware of that.
Jared, can you fucking shut
Councillor
up?
Wright. But what I'm saying that
Fuck's
this is a
sake.
foreign land that they are not comfortable with, and it's quite distressing to them. And for you in your situation to tell people in their 80s and 90s, well, you actually should be doing it a better way, the way I do. I mean, I know better, you know nothing, is not the right approach. We need to be able to accommodate the people in our community, those who are distressed by change like this, those who are impacted. And yes, there is a cost involved, but at this stage, all we're doing with this motion is exploring what those options might be. There is, despite what Councillor Eaton and Councillor Wright have been saying, this motion does not spend any money. And I strongly ask the councillors here to understand with sympathy and empathy the oldest people in our community, particularly pensioners, and say, yes, we care about you and we're going to look at a possible solution that allows you to pay your bill in a way that you feel comfortable.
Mr Mayor, I've got a question.
Councillor Neil. Hey, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did indicate when we had the speakers that I was going to ask staff just for some clarification about the discrepancy between what the speaker claimed the cost was, the actual cost, compared with what we have in the budget. I can't remember the speaker's name, but could we just get some clarification about that significant discrepancy between those two figures, I guess? Thank you.
So in the budget we have just over $350,000. We had, and we no longer have anything in the budget. The cost per ratepayer the cost per transaction starts at $3.71 per transaction, and there are some additional costs on top of that depending on other aspects, which makes it really hard to tell, but it works out to be on average $4.11 per transaction. There's a couple of things to take into account, and it is a little bit tricky and it is a little bit complex, but there are multiple ways to pay it via the post office, including in person, over the phone, and using post bill pay online. So the larger number of transactions relate to all payments at the post office, but payments in person at a post office are $11,800 per annum, and of those, 1,500 are outside of the LGA, if that makes a difference. What that tells us is that it's either not our residents, they're owners who live outside the LGA, or they're people who have the ability to travel to other sites and pay. And from there, that leaves about 9,000. And our understanding of transactions at the post office, and this is based on RBA data, which may or may not be applicable to individual post offices, is that about 15% of people use cash to pay. So the assessment, therefore, is that for people who pay in person at a post office using cash, it's about 1,350 people per annum at a cost of over $4 per person. By way of contrast, all other payment methods available to council outside of the post office or post office online or by phone are all less than $1 per transaction. And then in terms of other relevant information for the group tonight, as a result of the resolution to remove that service from the budget, officers enacted that by enacting our termination notice with the post office, which ceases at the end of September. And I am not yet aware of how long it may take to renegotiate that or the cost that might be associated with that. and that would be certainly something I would seek to find out. But I would need to then understand how long that would take in order to change the printing on our post office and our rates bills, our water bills, to change the printing on our rates notices and water bills in time for next print runs in relation to available methods as well. So there's information already on the councillor information portal. So Councillor Wright has requested information, and then with some further additional questions that's already available to all councillors. So I can point you to a link on that, and/or if this resolution is successful, provided in an additional report. We have already enacted that, and it comes into effect on the 29th of September.
Councillor Reaton had put, motion be put. All, yeah, we do that after the vote, so we come back and Councillor Castles. Yeah. No, she's not seconding. We've put motion be put, so we have to go. All those in favour putting the motion? Put the motion? To put the motion? All those in favour? Yeah, we have to, this is to put the motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, not Councillor Daniel, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All against?
Okay.
Against? Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont is carried. No, it's not carried. It's against. Yeah. It's lost. Thank you. So, Councillor Daniels.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just wanted to put an amendment, please. I'm also struggling with the maths. I can't make the maths because if we're working on 1,500 average people who are using Australia Post and it's costing an average of, say, $40 a year, I'm coming up with $60,000, and I understand that there would be other costs associated, but I'm struggling to figure out how that would be $300,000 worth. So I was hoping to put an amendment, something along the lines of that council receives a report to the August meeting detailing a breakdown of ratepayer usage and costs for Australia Post. Sorry?
I'm happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Daniels' amendment is seconded by Councillor Milland.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I should add costs for Australia Post. It doesn't really say anything in there about what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Castles, would you accept that?
I will accept that.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor.
Can we just be clear, does that amendment sit on top of Councillor Castles, or it stands alone? So it's not accepted, it's a separate amendment that stands alone. So what Councillor Daniels is moving will just be that two sentences, yeah?
No, I don't want it to replace the whole motion.
Yeah.
Can it be included in the motion as part of the report?
So that's the amendment. So
well,
just that sentence is the amendment. Yeah.
Right, Councillor Castles. Councillor Castles, you get a right to reply.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm about to say that I'm
There's repeated interjections from we're trying to work out.
Nobody else wanted to speak. That's why she was going to close.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
She still gets right.
She still, yeah. Councillor Castles. Hi.
What are you?
Councillor Castles, on you go.
Keep on going.
Keep it going. On you go.
I am prepared to accept Councillor Daniel's amendment purely so that we...
We're going to. So I'm going to need to extend this again. And then they'll just bin it.
You just what you're going to say. Just tell me now.
Okay, this, Councillor Castles, you're going to...
I didn't hear what he said.
I never heard what he said. Oh. Well, did you say that?
Look, I'm waiting to respond.
Oh, can you take it back so we can finish the meeting, please?
Look, I'm happy to withdraw anything that's upset the two councillors over there. Happy to withdraw. I just want to get on with this and get it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounds like
Councillor Castles.
I would accept Councillor Daniel's amendment, but what I would like to at least leave in there is point 1 and point 2 and point 3. And then, after that, receives a report to the August meeting of Council detailing a breakdown of ratepayer usage and costs for the Australia Post payments.
Councillor Daniels? No. No. All right, so we'll put the amendment. We've closed it. She closed the debate. Sorry.
Sorry, no.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, but we are expiring this.
I know, we're just going to...
So I was going to move that we extend till 11 o'clock.
No.
No, we have to, we'll close it when we'll do it till 11, but we'll finish this and then we're looking to put the 5 left items onto the August meeting. So put a procedural up about extending till 11 o'clock.
If your procedural is to defer the balance of the paper to the next meeting, I'm happy to second that if that's what you were suggesting.
Yeah.
Before the chair, I'm prepared to accept an amendment, except the my particular motion, which is gambling, which I'll undertake to take 2 minutes to speak to, and I understand is unanimous. I would like to. I'm still unanimous.
We will do the procedural one to extend because we're going to run over time.
Extend and allow the
extend it for the
motion.
30 minutes. All those in favour, and then we'll sort the other one. All those in favour to extend to. All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes extending. For
and include the gambling motion in the 5 minutes.
So who's in favour of extending?
5 minutes? No.
5 minutes. What have we got? So McKenna, Councillor Milne, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Is it unanimous? No, it's not unanimous. Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Or the rest abstaining. So we've extended for 10 minutes. Yeah. So 5 minutes. So Councillor Daniels' amendment, all those in favour? Yeah. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Yeah, Councillor Smith. I'll use my casting vote. The amendment is carried. All those in favour of Councillor Daniels' amendment? It's now the motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milne, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright and Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh,
Oh, what are we up to now?
Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont? No, she's abstaining. All right, carried. We said, yeah,
The next ordinary meeting? Okay, not next Monday. Oh,
no.
okay.
Next ordinary, so there are five items left that
Yeah, I thought
we'll,
it was a bit silly to have a whole meeting.
we'll put on to the next council meeting. So all those in favour of moving the last 5 items onto the next council meeting, so we don't need to have a meeting next Monday. We just come back for the next council meeting because it's only five items. The next council meeting. All those in favour? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And the meeting is closed at 10:32. 3 minutes to spare. Thank you.